Just let him do his.
And Nicole, would you stay
Good morning, folks. We're ready to go this morning. Actually, we're ready and we're on time. And thank you all for coming. It's great to be everybody here and all ready to go. So what we're doing first this morning is the substitutes. So for MHA Wall, we got MHA Purdy. For MHA Tripper, we got Minister Cracker. For MHA Gavin Walsh, we got Minister Hogan. For MHA Dean, we got MHA Brown. And for MHA Corbett, we got Minister Howe. That is the substitutions. So a little bit of housekeeping information, just to wave and identify yourself. And every time you speak, make sure you say your name. Wait for the tally light to come on. We need you to say your name. So for recording purposes, and please do not adjust your chairs. Water coolers are on both ends of the building and on both ends of the section here. And again, thank you all for coming. First, I'm going to call the minutes of the previous meeting and do a motion for that before we introduce all the people here today. So I'm going to call for a motion for the previous minutes. MHJ Hogan, second by MHJ Purdy. I'll call all those in favor. Against, moved. All right, next I'm going to ask everybody to introduce themselves, starting with MHJ Paddock.
MHA Paddock, MHA Lynn Paddock, PC Finance Critic.
Hi, Megan Winter, a research and policy analyst with the Official Opposition Caucus.
Good morning, Craig Party, MHA for the District of Buena Vista.
Jordan Brown, MHA Labrador West.
Just wave.
Scott Fleming, researcher, Third Party Caucus Office.
That was me. Krista Howell, MHA for St. Barb Lands Meadows.
John Hogan, MHA for Windsor Lake. And to my right is Steve Crocker, MHA for Carmere, Trinity.
May it verse, because my mic doesn't work. That's all I'm saying.
Jim Locke, research coordinator, Government Members Office.
Just wave.
Oh. Good morning, everyone. I'm Siobhan Cody, MHA St. John's West, Minister of Finance, President and Treasury Board.
George Joyce, Chair and CEO, Public Service Commission.
Good morning, Tina Follett, Commissioner with the Public Service Commission.
Mike Smythe, Manager of Accountability and Certification with the Public Service Commission.
Diana Quinn, Communications Finance. Nicole Abbott, Departmental Controller.
Thank you, everybody. So before we ask the Minister to bring some opening remarks, I ask the Clerk to call the first headings.
Under the Public Service Commission, 1.1.01 to 1.2.05 inclusive, Public Service Commission.
1.1.01 to 1.2.05, Public Service Commission. Minister, would you like to bring some opening remarks?
Thank you very much, and wonderful to be here this morning. I appreciate all of your time and attention that you're giving today to the estimates of right now the Public Service Commission. I'm joined, as you heard, with the Commissioners George Joyce and Tina Follett, as well as Mike Smythe and Nicole Abbott and Diana Quinton. I can say that the Public Service Commission is an outstanding organization that really does reflect the excellence of the public service, and I want to thank the public service employees who work hard every day to deliver the important and valuable programs. The programs that are found under the Public Service Commission, they are responsible for the merit-based appointments and promotions within the general public service and the agency's boards and commissions. Responsible for the Employee Assistance Program, very important program, and the Respectful Workplace Program, training and development within the public service through the Center for Learning and Development. They're responsible for strategic recruitment and hiring of core government departments, safety and wellness, including occupational health and safety, harassment-free workplace initiatives, and programming, adjudication of management and bargaining unit classification appeals, the Opening Doors program, which is an employment equity initiative. They're the Chair and Chief Executive Officer of the Public Service Commission, chairs the Conflict of Interest Advisory Committee, and of course are also responsible for the Independent Appointments Commission. The Public Service Commission is the Secretariat for the Independent Appointments Commission. So as you can see, a very important, wide-ranging, but very dedicated, hardworking, professional, that's the key word here, group that ensures that we have merit-based appointments and training and workplace health and safety. So on that note, I'll take, there are lots of questions I'm sure to be asked, and I look forward to those discussions.
Thank you, Minister Cody. Before we get started on the questions, just wanted to say that the first round of questions will be 15 minutes. Following the first round, every other section of questions will be 10 minutes. So we will start with MHA Paddock.
Thank you. MHA Paddock. So let me, I guess, start, this being my first estimates. Now, I do have a background as a senior controller, so I understand this time of year in navigating periods 11, 12, 13, and 14. So for those that are navigating that, I thank you for being here. It's not easy this quarter to be able to finalize a fiscal year and then initiate a new fiscal year at the same time. For those that have here on the Public Service Commission, I also recognize that it's a interesting dynamic as well, because you're getting a lot of ands being put up at this time of year that are looking to end their public service careers. So it's an interesting dynamic overall. My series of questions that I'm going to ask here this morning is not to find fault, but to, I guess, pull back a bit, and for me and for others to understand in further detail the process of where we are. And maybe in some case, given my own professional background as well as academic study, because I did do a master's in public administration, is to understand how we are approaching some of the challenges ahead of us, particularly some of the demographic challenges and some of the occupational challenges that are about to unfold and will probably become more intense over the next few years. Okay? So, on that note, I guess let me just, look to warm you up with some questions first before we get into some of the more intense questions. So, how long on average does it take to fill a vacant position?
Go ahead.
George Joyce, thanks for the question. In the core public services, 15 weeks? 15 weeks.
So essentially a quarter. Yeah, sorry.
If I could. Thank you, and thank you for the question. We welcome your investigations this morning. I think this is very important and critical, I think, to the process. When I began this morning, I should have said, I think the estimates process is the most valuable of all the budget, and I see nodding heads as well. I will say it's 15 weeks in general sense to recruit. There are some hard to recruit positions that take longer, that are open for longer. But I will say to you that within that 15 weeks, of course, there's a process by which this goes through. So it has to be recognized by the department, then it will go through the Public Service Commission, they engage the department back and forth, and then the final submission. So while it sounds like a tremendous amount of time, it really is, I think, as expeditious as you possibly could make it. You could probably cut down a couple of weeks on that, but with the back and forth between the advertising, the recruitment process, the going back to the department, that would be including some of the hard to recruit. I think that's I wouldn't expect us to have it much more streamlined than that. Thank you.
MHA Paddock, understood. So let me just go back to your quick preamble there. And yes, I agree the value of the committee process, and from my own perspective, I'd like to see a greater use of that within government. Following on that question with regards to vacant positions and what the minister highlighted, so knowing that hard to fill positions take longer, is there an average for non-hard to fill positions and then an average for hard to fill positions? So you indicated that it was 15 weeks. I'm just looking for the bottom end and the top end of that range, given the overall average.
Tina Follett. Thank you, Mr. Paddock. As the Minister and George alluded to, we're averaging for non-hard to fill, as you phrased it, a little under 4 months in terms of recruitment, which would be the 15 weeks. That in comparison, if you look at the federal jurisdiction, and I know they're much larger, but if you look at the federal jurisdiction, they're running at about 9.5 months. Yeah. So to the Minister's comment, we feel we've been pursuing efficiencies in that area, and particularly when we try to benchmark ourselves against other jurisdictions, particularly federal jurisdiction. We've also improved over the past couple of years. We were running at 5 months plus, and so now we're down to under 4. We're embarking and have continued a number of initiatives internal to our organization in the staffing division to pursue efficiencies to further improve where we can on that process. But as the Minister has also noted, there's often outliers. There's issues related to references that causes us delays sometimes. The nature of the recruitment itself can cause delays. So those things have to be factored in as well. The hard to fill positions, it's very difficult to give a timeline, if that's what you're asking, if I understand your question correctly.
In general.
Yeah, it's very difficult to give a timeline on hard to fill positions because of their nature. They're hard to fill. We often have competitions for which we leave the competition what we call open until staffed. So we run it for the length of time required in order to secure a healthy applicant pool. It can take, and because of that, depending on the nature of the position, it can run between anywhere of the 4 months that we see in general, upwards to maybe 6 or 8 months. It's very difficult to give you a definitive time frame on that.
I will add, just so that people who are following through on estimates, this is 1202, strategic staffing. Just statistically, total competitions created in the last year, 1,640. Completed to date would be 1,391. Rest are in process. There's at any given time about 250 under recruitment. But I will say we embarked last year. You will have noted that we put some additional money in recruitment, branding, and awareness campaign. And for example, just in the November to December time frame, so in the 1 month time frame, we had 79,287 users to the careers site. So there is a lot of demand and want to enter the public service. It's a matter of recruiting them and retaining them once we do. I will say that that recruitment, branding, and retention program has been very valuable, and we also started back into schools, and I'm sure commissioners will give you more details as we go. The other third element that I wanted to add under this is the graduate recruitment program. You will have been aware that we started a graduate recruitment program that I think is very valuable to the civil service, and we have had 14 of the 49 total hires since 22, 46 are still involved. So it's good recruitment and retention. I'll stop there.
Yeah, just a quick follow-on from what Commissioner Follett highlighted, and that is, where do we sit in comparison to other provinces? Are you doing jurisdictional scan with regards to our staffing and how that relates to the other provinces? And then with regards to the hard-to-fill positions, are you leveraging any agencies, hiring agencies with regards to looking to fill some of those hard-to-fill?
Tina, thank you again, Mr. Paddock. 2 questions I think you had. The first I'll answer is regarding to leveraging other agencies. As the Minister noted, we did a fair bit of work on our own, what we call job portal. Yep. We revamped it in the past couple of years, made it more user-friendly. You can now apply on your mobile phone, for example. So the more we can make it user-friendly, the better in terms of attraction. But we also, in terms of what we call outreach, we also have a relationship or an account with LinkedIn. We did some examination of what would be the best social media platforms for the purposes of outreach and marketing. And LinkedIn, because of the professional nature of our workforce, was deemed to be the best investment. So it's there now. We engaged and secured licenses with LinkedIn last year, or just this year past. We have what are called 2 licenses with LinkedIn, recruiter licenses. So what that means is we have 2 folks in our staffing division who have the ability to advertise, post advertisements to that site with much flexibility, as opposed to having to go through their rules and regulations. They delegate that to us, if you will. So that gives us lots of flexibility there. We've had lots of success with LinkedIn. Recently, we were able to hire an epidemiologist with the Department of Health and Community Services, which we classify as a specialized hard-to-fill position. We've also had success with a number of technical positions through OCIO. And of all of our occupational categories, those with the OCIO, the technical positions, we're having the greatest success on LinkedIn as well. We've had about upwards of 100,000 hits or clicks through LinkedIn since we launched, and a lot of that traffic then comes through to our own portal, and that's That's part of the strategy. We want to drive the activity to our portal so that all of the positions that we have on the portal are accessible and profiled.
Keep going.
Irritating. Hi, everybody. Just to answer your question, yes and yes. Yes, we do benchmark against other jurisdictions, and of course, federal, provincial, territorial discussions are occurring across the country. And yes, on occasion, we do need to use outside recruitment agencies. Depends on the position, depends on the length of time to try and recruit. But as Commissioner has said, we're trying to do as much as possible through the new avenues and new portals that we have available to us.
Before you continue, I just want to say we have a new system here at Confederation Building, a brand new system for the mics. So it might be a little more delayed, but always say your name, because at least then the recording who is speaking. Sometimes the people in the back don't know everybody, and depending on who's on, but because the system is new, it's a bit slower, so continue on. MHA Paddock.
MHA Paddock. Yeah, so I was pleased to hear, like I said, with regards to LinkedIn, that's what I used a couple times as well. It is, particularly on the professional side. So on that, with regards to LinkedIn, that I guess triggered another question. Is that resulting in more applications from out of province, especially in the hard to fill positions?
There you go.
Tina Follis. I'll never get used to saying my name all the time, sorry. So we don't have a breakdown in terms of the traffic from outside of the province versus internal, but logic would dictate, because LinkedIn has a far reach, that yes, we're receiving applications from a variety of areas. We're hoping to do some work on that as we move forward. And all of the positions that we have advertised to date on LinkedIn, which are 147, have all been considered hard to fill or difficult to fill. So we leverage and utilize that expenditure to focus on those positions for which we have the greatest challenges in terms of recruitment. Did I answer both your questions this time? I apologized earlier. I missed the second part.
Wave.
George Joyce, thank you. Just as a supplementary to add to that, in addition to the core public service for recruitment, PSC is also responsible for generating recommendations or assisting the IAC and Tier 2 entities. There's, I don't know, 130, 140, whatever it is, agencies, boards, and commissions. So we maintain a database. 5% of that database, about 1,000, are from outside applicants outside the province. Now, even though we try to fill every position in the province, okay?
Yep. Thanks for that.
MHA Paddock.
Do I have time?
Oh, no, your time is up. We can come back again. MHA Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I guess keeping on the same train as my colleague has. You mentioned a bunch of initiatives, but can we get a list of the different initiatives or locations that are you using for recruitment right now? I know you just mentioned LinkedIn, and you guys had the portal. Are you doing any other advertising or any other initiatives for recruiting, especially the hard-to-fill positions?
Yes, thank you. We're using as many avenues as we possibly can. As we mentioned earlier, we have a new marketing campaign, which I think has been very successful. Work for us, work that matters. You've probably seen posters. They're widely spread. Oh, thank you. We also do an awful lot of, billboards. We do, oh my gosh, television ads. We do outreach, for example. We go into schools. I think there's been at least a dozen career fairs and networking events during the last year. MUN, Memorial University, College of the North Atlantic, Cooperative Education. With NL Schools, we implemented a high school student outreach program all across the province, so 20 different career education paths. Classes. We also take your child to work events so that we introduce children early to the opportunity of working within the public service. So, we do targeted online and email campaigns to, depending on the type of position that we're looking for. So, a full myriad of recruitment activities and potential opportunities to introduce people to the public service. So first the introduction and then the recruitment.
Thank you, Minister. How many vacancies are currently right now in the public service?
Well, we always have roughly, approximately, because any day could be a little bit higher, a little bit lower, about 200, 250 in under recruitment.
800, okay, yeah. Perfect. And right now, out of all those positions, what are the ones that have been vacant the longest?
Sorry, Mr. Brown, I didn't quite hear all your question.
Of the roughly 200 vacant positions right now, what postings have been up the longest? What vacancies have been vacant the longest right now in the public service?
OCIO, probably.
Tina Follett. Again, I would have to go back to what we would consider hard to fill positions. So that number fluctuates on the daily, but in terms of the hard to fill positions, we've been having challenges again with financial roles, IT roles, as the Minister has noted, environmental health, positions of that nature. So those tend to be advertised for longer periods of time.
Cody? Oh, great. Just to that point, though, because it was an inquiry that I had as well, it's not deteriorating. The hard-to-fill positions, and you can see the Commissioner agreeing with that, it's not deteriorating, because that's kind of where you want to make sure that you're still out there and, anywhere in society today, financial, IT, they're all hard-to-fill positions, right? They're professionals, and they're in demand, but we're not deteriorating. We're actually improving in terms of being able to recruit.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair. Currently, right now, how many positions are in the Public Service Commission? How many people are working in that division?
Public Service Commission.
George.
85.
85. And right now, is there any vacancies in that position?
Right now, there's 2 vacancies. I think 1 or 2 that we're trying to.
Perfect.
They're under recruitment, though.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. And right now, is there any? Right now, I know that the Public Service Commission does a lot of work with the for accommodations and employees with disabilities. Has there any been updates or any new initiatives within the public service for the accommodations for employees with disabilities?
George Joyce. You want this one?
So the Office of Employment Equity, Persons with Disability, we have about in the past year, I think we hired additionally about 46. Tina can correct me on that. There's 119 currently employed. As you're aware, the profile of that workforce, they have issues that other workforces do not have, like the core public sector. You're dealing with longer sick leave. You're dealing with more accommodations. You're dealing with, we're high because of that. Then we have to hire on a part-time or contractual basis to try to maintain that. It's a steady program. We're working directly with deputy ministers on a monthly basis. We send them an update if there's any positions that they're sitting on, and we follow up with them right away. The minister has indicated to us at the beginning of the year that if any departments are slowing down on that, to follow up on it with her, and she'll move on that. So, it's a steady program, is working well. Insofar as possible, if someone makes a call, I'll follow up on it personally or have our officer follow up on it. We'll try to do what we can do to put that person to work, and it got to be the right fit, as you know. There's a myriad of issues.
Siobhan Cody. Excellent, that does work. I think this is a very important question, because when you look under, and I'll just go back to the estimates book for reference 1204, there's usually vacancies in those positions. And as the Commissioner indicated, it's because of the complexity of some of the workforce and complexity of the challenges of the unique needs of the workforce. But I can say there's 9 in multiple stages of recruitment process, 3 with start dates in April. That's positive. There are 85 funded positions in that area. Okay. 85 funded positions. Some are temporary, moving their way into the public service, but 72 of them are actually permanent. So it is an important hiring, and we do monitor it regularly just to make sure that we are continuously looking and recruiting in that area as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Minister. Under the Employee Assistance and Respectful Workplace Program, I know that you mentioned that there was an Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Accessibility Committee. What work has that committee done, and how often does it meet?
Say your name.
Tina Follett. Thank you, Mr. Brown. The committee meets monthly. Sometimes it'll meet every 2 months, for example, but the aim was for it to meet monthly. It's comprised of membership from a variety of departments, such as CSSD, IPGS in terms of the immigration component. It is currently working on a work plan, so it's examining a number of initiatives that it can pursue in support of diversity in the public service. Its intent is to help provide advice to government and the public service in terms of policy development and initiative development.
Perfect, thank you. And how long has this committee been active? Like, when did its first strike?
Tina Follett. Okay. The committee has formally been in place for about 2 years or so now.
Thank you. On that, with that, is any work being done on further education or advancement within the public service for employees for furthering education or anything like that? Has any new initiatives or work been done in that field?
Tina Follett? Sorry, could you repeat it again, Mr.? I'm having a hard time hearing you. I'm sorry.
You need your earphone. You have to put your earphone. So, Siobhan Cody? How about if I answer it? Okay.
So you were asking, Mr. Brown, if there are
education.
Oh,
Further
education
education for employees.
And diversity?
No, just in the advancement within the public service.
Phone. Siobhan Cody. You plug in your earphone. Great. Thank you. A lot. The Center for Learning and Development, of course, is responsible for supporting it. I can tell you the programs there have been in 24-25, 24,244 doing e-learning. Okay. There were 2,466 who did in-classroom work, and another further 2,076 who did virtual. So for a grand total, 27,786 courses delivered. The big thing that we did, if I may be so bold, is to say we hired an in-house trainer. And that has changed, that has really improved, and it's actually saving us money, but also that person has been able to do 116 courses and certified over 1,000 people. So I think that was a very important initiative that we've done. As I said, we've trained 27,786 civil servants in the last year. If you go back over the last 5 years, it's almost 124,000 people courses. Now you go.
Light. Thank you. MHA Paddock. I guess to continue back where we were and highlighting where we left off with Mr. Joyce and his comment on the Independent Appointments Commission. So I was wondering if you could provide an overview of how many Tier 1 IAC Independent Appointments Commission appointments, and probably even Tier 2 PSC Public Service Commission appointments were made over the last year.
Siobhan Cody, and then I'll turn to the Commissioner. The IAC is important. It is really a merit-based process for appointment to provincial agencies, boards, and commissions. The current board opportunities, there are 9 under Tier 1, 22 under Tier 2, for a total number of positions of 19 for Tier 1, 56 for Tier 2. There have been 1,142 appointments made in total this past year. I don't know if there's anything further that the Commissioner would like to add for that.
I'd just like to clarify one thing, Minister, if I may. George Joyce, the 1142, that's the total over 5 years,
Oh,
I
okay.
think. Okay. For 24-25, there's been 11 for Tier 1, 41 Tier 2, for a total of 52 appointments for both, 24-25.
Okay. MHA Paddy, has the Lieutenant Governor and Council made any appointments not on the recommendation of either the IAC or the PSC?
Siobhan Cody, I can tell you of one. And that is for the Newfoundland and Labrador Liquor Corporation. And we didn't have anyone recommended from the IAC that represented Labrador, that was from Labrador. So we actually went out and did a, independent recruitment and tried to find somebody, and we did. A very talented board member that joined the board. He's actually the head of the Airport Authority, I believe. But he's, talented for the board. But that would be why we invoked the section of the Act that, notwithstanding what comes over from the IAC, we really did want to have somebody from Labrador there, and I think Minister MHA Brown would appreciate that. So those are the types of things. On occasion that happens. You just don't get anyone through the recruitment process, and then you need to go out and specifically target and recruit to make sure that you have representation geographically.
Okay.
If I may, just on that point, we need 3 new members of the Independent Appointments Commission. We're currently recruiting. If you know someone, please put them in. Please direct them to the Public Service Commission. We really would like to have some great names.
George Joyce, just to underscore what the Minister indicated, I mean, we need the best people on the IAC. Yeah. It's a volunteer position, but we had great people. I've been there now for 5 years, 7 years, working with all this stuff. If you have any name that you think would fit into that, phone me directly. I'll call, I'll express that, your name, there's, in your geographic area, and we would welcome, send me your resume, and we'll work with you and to see if it's the right fit for what we need on the IAC at that time. Okay?
Plea for recruitment.
Yeah.
MHA Paddock, you could have had me a few years back when I applied, but that's a different story. So I'm going to come back and to what Mr. Joyce indicated. He's been 5 years. So 5 years as acting chairperson and CEO of the Public Service Commission. In April 22, in the estimates, my colleague asked about the position, and an answer was given, and direct answer, if you allow me to quote, answered, is my understanding is that the position has been advertised, it has been recruited for, there have been interviews, there's been a report generated by the Independent Appointments Commission, and that report has been submitted to government in accordance with DAC. So here we are, 3 years later. It sounds now like a permanent appointment, and not against that, but But my, I guess, question is overall with regards to the process, because I see that Mr. Joyce is still acting, and so can the minister provide some context?
We have done a recruitment process. Mr. Joyce has been in his role for 7 years and doing an exemplary job. I think everyone in this room would agree to that, and therefore things are progressing as they would in the Public Service Commission. He is the commissioner. We have Tina Follow, who's also commissioner and doing exemplary work.
Okay. On the IAC, how long, on average, does it take for a posting to get filled through the Independent Appointments Commission?
Approximately 5 months.
Okay. And when is that process initiated? Do you wait until the position becomes vacant? Because, you know, I looked at the IAC, so there are term limits. And do you start the process before the term ends?
That's what we endeavor to do, so that's up to the departments. So what happens is, for example, and I'll use Newfoundland Liquor Corporation as an example, seeing I used them earlier, they will inform the minister that there are vacancies coming available. I would write a letter to the IAC with requests for, I need 3 positions. I would like them to be, you know, gender balanced, geographically balanced, those type, whatever type of recruitment requirements may be required by that board, and submit it to the IAC. They go out and try and, you know, they'll look at the database. I'll turn it over to Mr. Joyce now in a moment, but we'll turn it, they'll look at the database, and then they bring back the recommendations from what they were able to either recruit or what is in the database, having been reviewed by the board itself. Mr. Joyce?
George Joyce, thanks for the question. Yeah, the appointing authority under the Act would make a request to the chair of the IAC in writing. Chair of the IAC gets it, responds to it, sends it to the Public Service Commission. Public Service Commission is the secretariat for the IAC. Secretariat only. We have a database. We got 1,000 names in it, computer generated, so we want someone, I don't know, an accountant that a specific agency needs. Then Mike Smythe, Mike works at us. He does all the heavy lifting for the IAC. He's after doing excellent work. And what we would do at PSC is that we go into the database, look at all the applications, because when someone is interested in the IAC, when they put it into the database, they can list 10 positions that they like. So the computer picks up on it that you're an accountant, generate it, so Mike and his staff will get it, and they look at it. So we got 15 names, 20 names. And we'll go through it. We'll go through it, and we'll take those 15 names. We will bring it to the IAC. They will convene a meeting under their act, a committee of 3 will look at it, and they will decide themselves whether they want to conduct an interview, whether they don't feel they have sufficient numbers, and they'll make a decision to recommend 3 names for a single position to the LGIC or the appointing authority.
I guess further to what Mr. Joyce indicated here about awareness of the IAC and being able to serve in a volunteer. So, you know, I've highlighted the IAC across my district to I think are some suitable candidates. And one of the things I guess that I would like to see you consider to possibly do is just send a letter to all the towns. Like, there's a lot across the province that don't fully understand the capacity to partake. We have some truly great individuals and skill sets, and I think, you know, now with technology, you know, being able to do Zoom meetings and the like, there's a capacity for even folks from our more rural and remote communities to be engaged, and I think they would bring a lot to the table.
Excellent idea, and we'll certainly take that to the IAC.
Okay. Good.
We also we also encourage all MHAs. So if you've got names, please bring them forward. We'd appreciate, we can make the the IAC can make the outreach to try and recruit those people, because we do need excellent board members on many, many boards. As I said, we've had to, the IAC has put in 1,142 over the last number of years.
Thank you, thank you, Chair. Under Employment Safety and Wellness, has the Public Service Commission reviewed the health and safety guidelines of the different entities across the province to make sure that they're up to modern standards?
George Joyce. So, question, just to rephrase, what is Safety and Wellness doing to all the entities across the province for safety guidelines? Well, first of all, as you're aware, there's an Occupational Health and Safety Act and regulations. There's workers' compensation. Every act and every agency, board, and commission in the province, they're under statutory obligation to align or to adhere to those regulations. Safety and Wellness Division, we work directly with core government departments and certain entities, and we have in each department now in government, we have a contact person, an executive lead, that there currently is, there's a formalized health, safety, and wellness program in place in every government department and entities that we're associated with. We meet with them. We track the metrics in a huge way. I think there's about 80 or 85% now of every government department got committees in place and health and safety committees in place that, they must adhere to the legislation. We meet with deputies. We're meeting with them now in another 2 weeks. We have meetings set up with 15, 16 deputies to go through their metrics on everything. And you're welcome to have all that stuff to that. And we will point out to them if we see a deficiency. But it's 100% turnaround from the way it used to be when I worked in government years ago. It's amazing.
Siobhan Cody. Allow me to add some of the other new things that have been put in place are wellness clinics, for example, for various departments, safety management outcomes, accountability. There have been, you're familiar with the flu clinics and the COVID clinics and the blood pressure clinics. So there's a whole wellness series that goes on, I think CSSD and with OCIO, and as the Commissioner says, there are a lot of ergonomic assessments, 370 this past year, I think. So we take it very seriously, this employee wellness.
Perfect. That was my final question for this section. Thank you, Chair.
No further questions. MHA Petty, do you have any further questions on this section?
Okay. I'd like to go back to the IAC again and the database. So as a name comes in, is there, I guess, some type of initial ranking and potential positioning for across a number of IAC opportunities?
George Joyce. What happens when there's a data bank? We have about 1,000. We have it broken down to geographical regions, because when an appointing authority makes a request, they said, and particularly the minister, is huge on it, I notice. We want to balance it with female, we want to balance it geographic and inclusion and diversity and so on. So what we'll do, the computer, in the application, the individual will identify 10 areas of interest. And if it's health, for example, and it's, I don't know, we need someone on the disciplinary board for dietitians, I don't know what it is, or for IAC, it could be anything. So what Mike and his team will do, the computer will spit out the 15 or 20 individuals who indicated on their application they have an interest in health care. And we will look at their educational qualifications, their ability, and if geographic area, because you may need someone depending on it. And so we will have, for the IAC purposes, we would have, and Tier 2 as well, we would have those names there that we would move on. That's what we do. That's the skinny.
MHA Paddock.
You like that?
First time I've heard skinny.
Yeah.
Just saying.
You like that one? Comes up again on those.
So and this comes back, like I said, as you provide info, that triggers additional, so bear with me. So the graduate recruitment program, Minister, you indicated 46 of the 49 are still employed. Can you give some indication, just again, general overview of where those 46 are employed?
Tina, follow?
Followed?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Paddock. Of those 46, they've been employed in a variety of departments across the public service. Quite a few are in policy roles. Others are in technical positions with the OCIO, for example. We've had some in finance. We've had others in the Department of Health, in public health. So there's a wide array of areas where they've been employed at professional levels within the organization.
Siobhan Cody. Siobhan Cody, thank you. This is important. We want to move them around so they don't stay. We had a great graduate recruitment person in finance, and they moved on to another department. It is because we're trying to give them a full training and learning program across the public sector, and we want to retain them. They find the role that they most want to excel in. But these are exceptional. We've had hundreds of applications, and we can only take in, because it is a full training program, we've only had 24 graduate recruits hired in September of 24. We're hiring again now.
MJ Paddock?
Yeah, MJ Paddock, I think that's very positive. That's the way, like I said, when I was working at National Defense Headquarters, with our policy analysts, we spread them around, rotated them around, I guess is better, so that they get an understanding, and then you've got a potential to keep them longer. I guess, again, my mind was triggered with regards to IAC again and the database. How long does one stay on the database? Now, I'm not asking if I'm still on the database. I'm just asking, how long does one stay there, and do they have to put their hand up to be taken off?
George Joyce?
I'd have to defer to my colleague Mike on that. I know what the answers are, but Mike can give you a little bit more complex.
Okay.
Mike, wave your hand.
Yep, so the applications are kept for a period of up to 2 years, and if somebody did ask to be removed, then certainly we would. But once that 2 years is up, we will and have started initiating with people as they are deleted to encourage them to reapply if they still have interest. So that is what one of our employees does on a regular basis, is follow up with applicants whose applications have expired to see if they're still interested and to reconsider.
Joyce, supplementary to that, I would like to say that in your district, if anybody comes to you and say, look, I've been in the IAC and it's gone into a black hole for the last couple of years, get them to call me directly. We'll follow up with them and to make sure, because what we're trying to do is keep everybody engaged in this process. And as you know, 2 years sometimes, depending if they only have 2 or 3 positions that they identified areas that they have an interest in, but we need to stay engaged with those people. So don't hesitate to phone me directly, and I'll make sure I'll follow up with that individual directly and keep them engaged in the process.
MJ Paddock.
I'll get your business card after Mr. Joyce, but I guess to come back, and I'm just looking at what was highlighted about a follow-up. So would that be like automatic? So like there's a way you can do that with email, right? So as you come, so is that the type of process you would use to solicit recurring interest in the IAC or in a position? specific role.
George Joyce, we're currently working with the OCIO on a program to generate that, to make it more efficient. This started off with 7 years now, Mike, or 8 years, or 10 years, 9 years ago? 9 years ago, the IAC in this new Tier 1, Tier 2 system started off manual as you can get. And we've refined it 100%. It's getting better. I hear what you're saying. That's an important issue. And we're willing to work and make that an issue. That's an issue for the IAC as well, because someone applies for a job and sometimes their name might be on the list. We can't divulge publicly if their name was sent to government or it wasn't sent to government. And if they're not selected, then they feel, you know, and I don't even have the legal authority to tell an individual that their name was sent over or not sent over.
Yeah.
So that's, you know, that's why we're trying to work with them to keep them engaged.
And the reason I asked that, because like I'm getting queries from companies from 6, 7 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, are you still interested in this position?
Yes.
No, I'm currently serving. But, you know, so what I'm saying is, and that's automatically generated. So there could be, why I asked, a way to streamline that process for engagement.
MHA Patty, more questions?
No.
Okay. I think now that everybody is sufficiently warmed up, I just want to take a step back. I just want to take a step back and now look at this holistically. And then that is with regards to the entire Public Service Commission, what you're doing, going into, I guess, this fiscal year 25-26, your current vacancies, how many are being recruited, how many on hold, how many posted, how many in interviews. Just give me a holistic snapshot of where you sit going into 25-26.
So for the department, as we indicated earlier, there are 84 employees, 2 of which we're currently recruiting, so that's in progress.
MHA Patty.
Okay, I was not talking about the Public Service Commission itself. I'm talking overall what you're leading the charge on with regards to the entire public service.
Mr. Joyce.
Yeah.
George Joyce, well, I'll start at 20,000 feet.
Yeah.
The purpose of the Public Service Commission is the principal statutory authority is the recruitment, retention, and promotion in the public service using a merit-based approach and for the development of a professional public service. To that end, we have 4 lines of business and other areas as well, from chairing the Conflict of Interest Advisory Committee for all of government to providing a harassment-free workplace. We have all kinds of principles in place, modernized principles that we're working on an annual basis with deputy ministers in each department to make sure that the merit is protected and a professional public service. And that goes everything from the gamut from learning and development. 27,000 people were trained last year in learning and development. Various methods. We've introduced technologies now. We're in the process now this year. We have it out on tender. I think it's just starting to come in now. We're finalizing a new learning management system for all government. Not only for all government, all the agencies, boards, and commissions out there to provide an off-ramp so we can try to align systems in place to make it more efficient. That's just from a learning management point of view. From an employee assistance program, you know, we've seen an increase now. I mean, you know the issues that are out there now, mental health issues and issues that people, you know, have in the workplace that we're dealing with. We have 6 professionals in place. We have 150 service providers in the province who provide every service that you can think of, from psychological to coaching, that they have access to. That program runs great. We have safety and wellness program. We've made it more efficient now for ergonomics. We have spot checks for ergonomics. We have a safety plan in place with every government department that's similar to what's being offered in the private sector in terms of accountabilities. We meet with deputy ministers on a Every 3 months, we have metrics for every line of business that they have in their department that intersects with the Public Service Commission. We tell them where they're up, where they're down, that your recruitment is taking 16 weeks for that, not 14. Where's the problem? We can identify if it's sitting on the minister's desk. We can identify if it's sitting anywhere. And then we have that discussion with them. So we have a wide array of modernized services that we work with each government department now, streamlined and try to modernize every service and principle that's out there.
Siobhan Cody? Your original question was about number of employees for core government, 7,727. 7,727. We recruited in core public service positions last year, 1,391. Generally, at any given time, and this is general because every day is a different in all various stages, roughly 250 are in active recruitment at any given time, depending on all kinds of circumstances. That could be below 200, it could be, as high as 250. It really just depends. Okay?
Immediate Paddock. You still have more questions for this section?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, continue on. We can add more minutes on the clock.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I guess to come back to our to fill positions, and I'm looking here, like I said, my concern here is risk and risk management of that. So for our to fill positions within government, does PSC or Treasury Board conduct a scan, strategic analysis, to understand where we are as a province as an employer of choice?
Certainly, you can ask that. We will have estimates for Treasury Board coming up, but it is something that we constantly review, to be honest with you. I know the Public Service Commission has their own analysis based on their recruitment and their requirements and their recruitment, but under Treasury Board, we're constantly analyzing. It is interesting that you raise this point. We're constantly doing jurisdictional scans, analyzing positions, analyzing salary scales, analyzing benefits. That's a constant process. And I think the point of the matter is that since COVID, really, there's been a change in the way recruiting and retention, the requirements around same. So we're working with unions on this on an ongoing basis. We're working with departments. It is something that's under constant analysis.
Mitchell Paddock.
And the reason that I asked that, I served in Ottawa on several occasions, ran into a lot of Newfoundlanders, a lot of professionals from Memorial. So we're in competition here, provincial government, with the federal government. So then my question back is, and I believe, the quality of life here is much better. So then how do we look with regards to that competition to have an impact on those young professionals leaving Memorial?
Certainly, again, this would be under Treasury Board, but I will say that there has been a tremendous amount of effort in the last number of years to review positions. We've signed 30 of 30 collective agreements. So we've been working with unions. All the collective agreements have been understood and approved. We continuously work with unions to ensure that we have the right balance of of both salary expectations as well as benefit expectations. You know, it is challenging. We do a lot of jurisdictional scans. We try and be competitive, as best competitive as possible. But you're absolutely right. It is a more pressured world out there in terms of, and it's a changing environment. Sometimes it used to be, probably in my generation, benefits were probably, and having a pension was more important than maybe the next generation or the millennials or Gen Z, or for Gen Z. You know, we're just trying to find that right balance of attracting the next generation. But working with unions, working with departments, and working with individuals is helping us do that. But it's constantly under discussion and review.
Yeah, and MHA Paddock, and I believe there's an opportunity to recruit, continue to recruit from that cohort there, particularly in Ottawa, because, you know, having served there, a lot of them are not necessarily happy with their lot in life.
Well, my sister.
So that's, anyway, we'll, Minister, you spoke about hiring in-house training, and I guess I'd like to know for what type of training? Safety, language, un cours de français, so just like to know what type of trainers and then their certification in the areas.
Tina Follett.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Paddy. We currently have an in-house trainer whose focus is on occupational health and safety. He conducts a fair bit of coursework with respect to certification of employees in the occupational health and safety area. I believe within the last year we've certified upwards of 1,000 employees. And so his work has been focused there. He's generating savings through his work. We have 2 other individuals within the CLD who provide French language services and English language services to core employees. So they are both obviously well trained and certified in those areas. And then we have other staff who provide generic training as need be because their core competencies are such that they're able to adapt to whatever training needs are required. So when we can prepare in-house curriculum, we do that. Towards Reconciliation is a prime example of that.
MHA Paddock.
Okay.
Would you like a list?
No. So the EAP. So Mr. Joyce highlighted the EAP and the increase in the EAP. I just want to drill down, I guess, just a little bit there, and I guess to get an understanding. Is there any, because I'm well aware of EAP from my previous life at a federal level. So, is there specific service support gaps that you're seeing, and like you highlighted, mental health, and then what are we doing to close that service gap for our public servants?
Mr. Joyce.
George Joyce, answer your question. Currently, EAP program servicing to over 13,000 employees. We have a utilization rate of 15.5%. That's good because what we found the last few years is that because there's so much awareness that's out there on this, that people now, the stigma is sort of, is gone. And people are utilizing this, and that's their families as well. So, we're seeing improvement in mental health awareness and a decreased stigma for accessing the support. That's the biggest thing. So we're seeing no more numbers, yes, for that reason.
Siobhan Cody. Just to add a little bit more granular on that. What we're seeing, that's slightly increased. And as the Commissioner said, is because people are now accessing it when they probably didn't before. But where we're seeing the increases around depression, around mental health issues, and so we're continuously working to ensure. That's why we have courses now. We have other programs that will help people with their mental health. So we're seeing that. So now we're putting in more training programs and more available services. The GAP program, for example, to allow people to access services to assist them even before they feel they have to do outreach, but do it on an improved upfront basis, so they don't get to a point where they actually really feel they need to have more therapy. We'll call it that way.
MHA Paddock.
Thank you. And like I said, I understand the importance of it, particularly on the mental health side, and the importance of leadership on that file with regards to mental health. In the military, we allowed folks to have periods of time for a mental health break. So, right, is that available to folks in the public service?
Mr. Joyce.
George Joyce, yes. What we advocate, we have a safety and wellness division. We have a PhD in wellness. We have a dietitian. We have a nurse. We have an ergonomics expert. We have an occupational. And what we're finding now, they're bringing the most modernized principles to the table on that. I was at a meeting a little while ago, and the wellness coordinator jumped up in the back and said, George, can we take and we'll have a little stretch and exercise. There's more awareness in the workplace for that now. A lot more. And I'm right on board with that, whatever could work.
MH Paddock.
Yeah, just want to make, and that's where it comes back, the importance of leadership within, the departments, those divisions, to reinforce that. And that's the thing that we learned in the military.
Sure, yes. Good point.
MHA Paddock, do you have more questions? We can put more time on the clock, but I just wanted to check and see if MHA Brown, you're done with this section. MHA Paddock, you need more time?
We do. I think my colleague from Bonavista is going to give my voice a quick break.
Thank you. Just some quick questions as a follow-up on the EAP program. I know you had mentioned 15.5%.
Utilization.
You had mentioned the uptake. Can you quantify that? And the second question on that would be over the years, and the other one would be, what percentage would be still employed, or would they be on sick leave? I'm sure there's a combination, but what would that combination generally be?
Mr. Joyce.
George Joyce, good question. A couple of components to it.
Yeah.
Number one, the lowest point we ever had for last 5 years, say 1920, utilization was 13.9, and today is 15.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it averages.
Average between there.
Yeah.
And that is standard across the country, between 12 and 14, 15%.
Good.
Right across the country.
MHA Purdy.
Yeah.
The second component of that question, and I forget what it is now, but I know it was the second part.
No, the second component was, would they be still working, or would they be on sick leave? What percentage?
George Joyce, that would be a Treasury Board question.
Okay.
We have integrated disability management and accommodation. Treasury Board tracks that.
That's good.
MHA Purdy.
I'm assuming you have translation services in your capacity in the public service. So I just wondered about how many, what languages, the frequency of engagements of these employees.
Tina
Fowles. Thank you, Mr. Party. Actually, translation services for French language is offered through the Office of French Services. So
Okay.
it's not done through the CLD in terms of translation. We provide the training around the languages themselves. So we don't provide translation services through the PSC.
Okay.
MHA Purdy.
Yeah. When the federal government dropped the contribution to the labor market development, agreements regarding. I recall reading in the past estimates, I think Mr. Joyce may have stated that it was not a problem. We can manage that. I'm just wondering going forward as to where we stand in relation to that. I ask it in my district, looking at the Ability Employment Program, which we've struggled for the past couple of years in relation to that. So that's the genesis of my question.
Allow
Mr.
So the labor market
Mr.
development.
Cody, your light's not on, you know.
Siobhan Cody. As you know, that's under a different program, right? It's under immigration, under the
Yes,
immigration
that's right. Yeah.
heading. However, I think the genesis of the question was how was it impacting employment equity internal to government?
Okay.
And as I told you before, there are 8. No.
There's no impact.
No, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, sorry, I was getting mixed messages. There's no impact because we still have 85 funded positions.
Okay.
Okay, so labor market development program is under a different department, and that's where your community, there are lots of good questions under the community impact, but from a government impact, no, we're managing fine internal.
And it's your pay.
Is that okay? Nothing there.
That's good. So I'm 0 for 3 thus far. Let's try this one. My apologies.
It's all good.
Do you have, on the agency boards and commissions, do you have oversight on the hiring? I know you're not involved with it, but do you have oversight on their hiring of employees?
No, you go ahead.
Mr. Joyce.
George Joyce, do we have oversight for hiring the IAC? I wouldn't use that term, do we have oversight, but what I would say is that there's a focus and a recognition by government and the IAC and for Tier 1 and Tier 2, insofar as possible, that we actually have a diversity breakdown of every applicant to indicate to us if they have some issue, but it's volunteer for them to tell us. And if they do, and if they meet the criteria, and if they're in a geographic region that we need, and that they have the background, I could say from my experience that they would push that first. They would try, insofar as possible, to accommodate that, yes. Okay. And we have right now about 10% of all the applicants that have diversity that we quantify as diversity breakdown.
MHA Purdy.
Was that the question?
Tina Fowler.
Agency.
Tina Fowler. Mr. Party, was your question whether or not the PSC conducts recruitment for ABCs?
Yeah, my question was whether you have oversight on the hiring for the agencies, boards, and commissions.
Right.
Yeah.
So as George has noted, anything through the Independent Appointments Act that's scheduled to that act, we have oversight and authority with respect, and we serve as the Secretary to support that. With respect to the Public Service Commission proper, our act in our schedule constitutes what entities for whom we have responsibility.
It's in the act, right?
It's in the act, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
MHA Purdy.
In the act, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I've, as a past educator and administrator at Clarendon Middle School, I know that we took great strides to make sure that we hired the best candidates for that schooling system. My understanding now is that the Public Service Commission is directly involved with the hiring within the K-12 system, or I should say directly or a part of that hiring.
Tina Fowler.
So we have what's called a delegated authority, Mr. Party, with NL schools, such that all of the recruitment would be subject to our standards and requirements and what's stipulated in our act. The teachers, however, they are continuing to be conducted by the staff of NL schools. So we provide guidance as needed, but the operational aspect of that continues through NL schools. And the delegated authority also provides for hiring for management and other support staff to be, again, conducted through NL Schools, but under our authority and guidance.
Okay.
So when NL Schools came to within government, they had the expertise of hiring teachers, and it is a special expertise. But as the commissioner has indicated, the oversight, the delegated authorities, the policies, if I can use that term, are part of the Public Service Commission. But the actual hiring, the actual work, the actual recruitment is through NL Schools as part of government. And that's because they have the expertise and have been doing it for
MHA
a long time.
Yep. So when you say it comes under your standards and requirements, falls under that, really those standards and requirements for education would be coming from NL Schools previously. Would it not? Are we looking at a marriage of, 100% compliance, or were there changes in the way it was before they came under the Department of Education?
Mr. Joyce.
George Joyce, answer your question. What is superimposed on that process is a collective agreement between the NLTA and Treasury Board that set the rules and regulations and the way you do business for the last 50 years. On seniority issues.
Province-wise.
Yeah. So so the Public Service Commission has oversight, the Public Service Commission Act, and you'll find that, and there's 600 collective agreements in the province? That's only one.
Yeah.
And the Act allows for that, okay?
Yeah.
MHA Party.
Okay. Will you have the number of people that participated in the English second language pilot?
Mr. Joyce.
Yes, absolutely. I don't know if we have it right now. We can get it for you.
Okay. Yep.
So we have, as you know, as you mentioned, we have English training pilot for new employees, entrance, immigration. So that support is there, and we have 2 departments right now, and 2 departments. But we can get that for you.
Okay.
MHA Party.
Yep, that's good. And probably my final question would be David Conway. He did a complete review of the IAC Act. Just wondering what changes were recommended within that, and which of these have been implemented? Maybe if it's fully implemented, partially?
George Joyce, what has been implemented? The Conway report was issued, I think, a couple of years ago. Yep. We've been working with the IAC ever since. We've introduced a number of changes. Number one, more resources were required. More resources? We hired a full-time employee. What's it called, Mike? A merit officer? Merit consultant, directly employed full-time with the IAC right now. We've revamped the whole website for the IAC. We're working with the IAC on rebranding and outreach. Strategic reporting. The IAC, because of the Conway report now, has been out meeting with the municipalities of Newfoundland and Labrador. They asked me to go out. I met with the Halibut First Nation, the Corner Brook Chamber of Commerce, more outreach, St. Anthony Town Council, Labrador, more outreach. The IAC has from the minister. Minister has directed the IAC to, on an annual basis, to report to the House of Assembly on their strategic plan and their report. And it wasn't done in the last 7 years, but it's going to be done this year, this fall.
MHA Paddock, do you have any further questions? Because we can put some more time on the clock if you like.
That would be lovely.
All right, we will do that. You carry on.
Listen,
You got a lot to do.
Yeah, just a few more questions here, and I think it's important because it's important to have that strategic overview of where PSC is. Are you charting demographics in the PSC? And the reason I ask that is to understand, the challenges that could be faced over the next few years.
Siobhan Cody. The short answer is yes. It depends on whether you're talking about Treasury Board, which will be before this House, or, for example, I'll use IAC. So we do chart demographics, and I'll use IAC because it's under the Public Service Commission. We track diversity, geographic breakdown to make sure that we are engaging what I call balance. And as I said to you, if we go outside the act, not outside the act, I shouldn't say that. If we go outside to recruit, it's because we didn't get that geographic breakdown. We also do it under the Treasury Board to make sure that we are recruiting. And I'm very pleased, I'm going to say this, I'm very pleased that our senior management within government is now over 50% female. We are making good inroads.
Okay, sorry.
Just to follow up to the minister, right now for Tier 1, Tier 2 in the province, we started 7, 8, 9 years ago, it was 42% female appointment. Now it's 49 to 50% across the board.
Yeah.
Major Paddock.
This is a question overall with regards to process. And let me, I guess, sit at the table with this. And I'm going to highlight both mechanics and heavy equipment operators. Okay? So this year, I know in the depots in my area, they were challenged eventually, but that put at risk snow clearing well, right across central Newfoundland. During competition now, greater competition with a number of mines that are starting, so the Valentine Lake project, the Ammerdown project out. So there's going to be significant competition. On top of that, even the garages in the area are having challenges filling mechanics. So I'm looking at this from a overall supply and demand and risk, and then, you know, understanding from my school into CNA and the capacity for CNA to meet that demand. So I was wondering if you could talk to me then, or give me an overview from what capacity do we have to impact CNA and the production there with regards to being able to meet an escalating demand for HEO and mechanics.
Siobhan Cody. Siobhan Cody, thank you. A really important question, actually, and one that Transportation Infrastructure has brought to Treasury Board. Again, that's a Treasury Board question. I know it's hard to understand the difference between Public Service Commission and Treasury Board, so I'll expect some great questions during the Treasury Board estimates. But this is, it's a specific, you used a specific example, so allow me to go to the specific example and then go to the broader issue. Specific example, we've had to do some specialty recruitment and, you know, market adjustments for that particular group of employees to continue to be able to recruit and retain. So you're absolutely correct. I know that the Department of Transportation Infrastructure is seized with this and has come to Treasury Board looking for supports to make sure that we recruit and retain. So that's on the specific example side, but let's take it up to the more strategic. That's why we talked about and started to implement jobs of the future. So we talk about and work with unions and the business community, as well as the providers of education in the province, to try and get a viewscape. I know that under my department we have, you know, the Newfoundland Stats Agency. We can see where some of the challenges lie, and do all kinds of analysis where some of the challenges lie with, you know, where we're going into the future with, you know, I'll use truckers, for example. The fishery is another big example of where we're going to have pressures into the future. So then we work with the Department of Education, we work with the unions, we work with other education providers to try and bring together a view of the jobs of the future. So it is complex, but it is something that's actively being worked on. But I think we have to continue to escalate and understand where we're going. And I'll use another example, AI, artificial intelligence. As we move forward, How is that going to impact our workforce? What types of skill sets will they need? Department of Education, I know, is working on this, because it will have the skills development into the future is going to look different than the skills development of today.
Major Paddock.
Yeah, so, the point that I wanted to make there, it is an integrated pipeline.
Oh, yeah.
And when we have, I guess, a bottleneck in the pipeline, for example, the capacity of CNA to meet that expanding demand, then I think, we collectively need to look at that. I will also highlight, government is very attractive to a number of folks because of the pension. But we now have some of the larger mining companies that pay a pension, so that's something that we need to keep in mind, is monitoring the competition. So on that overall monitoring, I'd like, again, now to take a step back and look at what you're doing potentially nationally and internationally, just from, staffing policy. Because I know some provinces, like Quebec, Hydro-Quebec, is now doing job sharing. Are you considering that within the public service?
Yeah. Again, that's Treasury Board, so
Okay.
I know it's just difficult to understand the differentiation. So Treasury Board will be able to answer those questions, but I'd be happy to kind of give you the viewscape. We constantly are doing analysis of what's important for future generations, or for generations that are coming behind the current generations. And I mentioned Gen Z, for example. They may want different benefits than what the baby boomers or all the different types of generations that we have. So we are doing analysis. We hire specific contractors to help us get that global viewscape, and we talk to unions, because the unions can also bring an awful lot of value to this discussion. So it's not just it's not just looking at our across across the spectrum in Canada or globally, but it's also speaking to our local unions, and we have ongoing conversations with them as to what types of things are being required in order to recruit, because it is challenging. It is changing. It's evolving. And it's evolving all the time. But I think it's actually more rapid. I can tell you that the benefits of today are not going to be the benefits that attract Gen Z and some of the next generation. That's just the way it is. So we have to adapt and adopt.
Yeah, so, my statement there was with regards to understanding, like, the competition is evolving, and the labor market is evolving pretty rapidly for some specific areas and trades within the province. Hey, let me just ask the final one here, and that is turnover. So, so in the first 2 or 3 years, are you monitoring with regards to turnover, and then doing, I guess, exit surveys to understand how we can address impact and address that situation so that the public service is indeed the employer of choice?
George Joyce, without overlapping with Treasury Board, right now every employee who leaves the provincial public service has the opportunity to participate in an exit interview. And that's used then with the Deputy Minister to follow up with them on what would the issue or issues be. But if you want to ask that to Treasury Board, they have more context with respect to that.
Tina Fowles.
If I could just add to what my colleague said as well, I just want to offer some assurances as well that while the PSC and the TBS have different mandates, we are working together with respect to strategies, information that the employer becomes aware of. We take that into account and factor it into our outreach. So, for example, you asked earlier about some of the positions through TI. We are purposely going into the high schools to start that conversation about what it is to work in the trades within the public service, what it is to work in professional positions within the public service. So we get feeder information from TBS and we factor it into those functions that we perform from a recruitment perspective. We're more on the recruitment side, TBS is on the retention side. The benefits, that suite of benefits that the employer determines, we call that our value proposition when we're recruiting. We make sure that that's all factored into both the advertisements, the outreach discussions, conversations with eligible candidates, because oftentimes these things are discussed at that point of offer. So I just wanted to assure you that there is continuity and communication and planning happening between both our organizations in the pursuit of the types of things that you've just mentioned.
Okay.
Can I just make a quick statement there? I know we're probably taking a break, are we? Did we take a break?
We're going to close up this section first if we could, because
Okay,
we
yeah.
have to change staff and and come back and let these people stay. We do have finance.
Well, we got the numbers on the Public Service Commission.
Yes. Do you want to take a break? All right. Why don't we take a 10-minute break and come back?
Okay.
All right. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you. right, we're back in session, and we're going to go back to MHA Paddock to continue with questions. And,
Thank you, Chair. And I just have one, I guess, final general question. Like I said, my purpose here, like I said, is to gain insight as to understand where we are and where we're going. So this question is with regards to your marketing campaign for the PSC. How much is budgeted for this year, and where is it focused?
You go ahead.
Tina Follett.
Tina Follett. We have 100,000 budgeted for marketing and branding again this year. And a portion of that is due to our account with LinkedIn, and other aspects of that funding will be associated with the use of social media and billboards, as the Minister mentioned earlier. And we also use a system called Preview. So there's a portion of the funding used to maintain that particular system that helps us with the screening and matching for our grad recruits. So it's a great little tool. It's been very helpful for us over the last few iterations of the grad recruit program. There's about 3,000 or so that we normally use for career fairs and supplies for outreach. Nothing brings young folks to a career fair more than knickknacks, gadgets, those sorts of things. So we have some of those. And we also have at times specialized advertising. For example, we're doing that from time to time with social work positions. And some of it is attributed to photography or other expenditures. Like every year we host Take Your Kid to Work Day. So there's lunches and knickknacks again that are associated with that event. And that makes up the bulk of that expenditure.
So on that, I got one further question. You just triggered me again. And that is with regards to, I guess, the career fairs, and I guess looking at what you're spending on transportation. Are you doing any with regards to Pan, Newfoundland, and Labrador, so outside, and then where, and then do you rotate it?
Tina Follett. Yes, so we've covered all the regions. We've covered all the regions with respect to outreach in the schools, in particular this past year. So we've been working with NL schools and have piggybacked, if you will, on their career development courses that they have as part of their curriculum for students in grade 10 to 12. So we've been in Labrador, we've been on the West Coast, we've been in Central, and here in the Avalon. Yeah.
Okay.
And when we go into the classrooms, again, we try to profile, the benefits of working in the public service and the fact that you're contributing to your province and your community, so those values, and also highlight some of the more difficult to fill types of roles. And again, as I said earlier, you know, like what it's like to work in trades and public service and other occupational categories. Siobhan Cody.
We've also increased, if you look at 1202, so in your estimates book, we have also increased some transportation and communication line, and that is to specifically address what you're talking about. So career fairs throughout the province, as the Commissioner said, each region of the province they've been attending.
All right. MAJ Paddock, is that it for questions?
Yeah, one you keep jogging my, so when you go out, I guess, Pan, Newfoundland, Labrador career fairs, and I, like I said, I was a former federal public servant, so do you engage the, MHAs then to actually, because if you do it in Central, like wherever it is in Central, I would gladly attend to encourage it.
Because this is a public service commission,
okay.
It is outside the purview of politics.
Right.
So while I understand your intent, we have to stay outside of it.
Thanks, Minister. Okay, let's switch to something that I spent the latter part of my military career focused on, numbers. So I'd like to switch to 1.1.01. I guess that's where we are anyhow, the overall section, but with regards to the numbers. So employee benefits, I note there was no variance, yet there was yet there is and was a variance in salary. So I was just wondering if you could speak to that.
Are we still doing public service accounts, or we gone now
Yes.
to?
They've gone back to
Department of Finance.
1101
We're
in
gone back to
executive and
101.
corporate
Okay.
services.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And the question is on employee benefits. It's pretty static, is what you're.
Yeah, so there's no
5,200?
variance, yet there was a variance in the salaries. So I would have expected to have seen a slight variance. I'm just,
George Joyce, additional allocation provided general salary increases.
Yeah, no, it's on employee benefits. So do you have, is there a reason why?
yeah, it's 5,200.
Yeah, this is just for.
Hang on.
So Nicole Abbott.
Have you got your Nicole Abbott?
So employee benefits are for the Commissioners' Conference and other professional development, so that wouldn't increase due to salary increases.
Okay. Answers the question.
MJ Paddock.
Professional services. So I was just wondering if you can please explain the line item. It's 10, and that is the use of that, what it's used for, and what type of contract.
Nicole Abbott.
So that's just for ad hoc legal services where required. So we anticipated to spend $10,000 in 24-25.
Okay, and is that, so from a contractual side, that is someone on a retainer, so that's or is it a competitive contract?
Nicole Abbott, I believe it's a competitive contract.
Okay, come down to 1.2.01. The purchase services. Last year, $1 million was budgeted, 850,000 spent, and this year the budget is being set at 947,500. Just want to, again, some context and explanation on the variance.
Nicole Abbott? Or Ms. Cody?
Do you want to go ahead?
Sure. Nicole Abbott. So we had savings in 24-25, and that was due to the in-house trainer.
Can you keep it quiet back, or I want to hear your answer?
We had savings in 24-25, and that was mainly due to the in-house trainer that we had, so we didn't have external trainers.
Okay.
And then we had a $100,000 decrease in 25-26, and that was the realignment of operating resources within Public Service Commission.
All right.
Siobhan Cody.
Siobhan.
Again, we had that in-house trainer, as we said, who's basically saved us money by providing those 116 courses. So we've just realigned budget accordingly.
MJ Paddock.
So last year, there was anticipated revenue of 128,000 federally, and that wasn't received. Can again provide some explanation?
Siobhan Cody, certainly that is the discontinuation of a French language contract with the federal government. It was costing the province money, so now the federal government is going to have to do their own training because we're not subsidizing the federal government on that. So we also had some changes due to Newfoundland and Labrador Health Services. They didn't have the need for the training, so they're going to do it in-house. So the French language training program that you've seen in terms of related revenue has been discontinued because those two contracts are discontinued.
MJ Paddock.
Okay, and I guess similarly on the provincial side, there
Yeah,
was an
that's the
anticipate.
same thing. That was NL Health Services. They're going to do what they, it was basically the contract was more than what they required, so they're just going to do whatever internal training they need to do internally.
MHA Paddock.
Okay, you have in property furnishings and equipment under 1.2.01, $300. I just want to know, like, because I know there was thresholds when I was a controller we had to follow with regards to capitalizing items. So just looking for some explanation here, and then what's the threshold with regards to capitalization?
That would be more of a finance question, so I would, do you have that? It would be more of a, I think that's more of a general finance question. Can we hold that till till they come in, if you don't mind?
Yeah, the next crowd is finance. So. MHA Paddock.
Okay, and you brought up there the French language training. Who determines and approves the training? Like, it's not, I guess, a matter of someone putting up their hand, or supervisor, or, you know, their department would have to approve it, I would take it.
This would be under, that's the two that were discontinued.
Yeah.
That was a French language. We were providing the training to the federal government, and it was actually costing the province, so we've discontinued that contract. Okay. And the other one was the health NLH services, and that was a contract that they had contracted us to provide French language services.
Okay.
Okay. If you look under the Department of, where's French now?
The department where?
What department is French language under now?
DGS&L.
DGS&L. That's where how they determine who can utilize the services. This was a specific contract that was had.
MHA Paddock.
Do I have time?
Well, we can add more minutes on the clock if you like. We will add another 10 minutes on the clock. MHA Paddock.
Because did the
MHA Brown, did you?
Did he want any on the numbers?
MHA Brown, did you have any further questions
on the numbers?
No. You have no further questions? Okay.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead, MHA Paddock. We have just put 10 more minutes.
Yeah. So we'll switch over now. Again, like I said, I'm looking to go now systemically through the various spreadsheets, and this is about variance. So 1.202, and then last year it was over budget by 3,500. And again, I was just wondering a quick overview of that budget variance.
I think you're talking. I think the overview is $8,600 was an increase due to higher than anticipated requirements for salaries, which was
No.
You're in 1202?
Yeah, 1202, transportation and communication.
Oh, transportation communications. Okay. My apologies.
Yeah,
and the transportation. Oh, that's the career affairs in schools.
Okay.
MHA Paddock.
And then the amount here, and for your strategic staffing for the purchase services, like I said, it was under budget, which is good. But I just want to gain to have an understanding of what that is spent on.
That's the LinkedIn and marketing, LinkedIn recruiting licenses, and related to marketing. So it was $3,500 under budget.
Okay.
MHA Paddock.
I'd now like to come down to 1.2.03. That's employee safety and wellness. And again, the employee benefits, again, like I said, is I guess probably a similar explanation as to why no variance. Okay. Last year, budget was overspent. Can I just have again, I'm looking at, from a managerial accounting budget variance and explanation. Just wondering if I could have an explanation as to that variance.
That was required for salaries, so they didn't have the, sometimes you have salary vacancies and you factor that in, but this time we did not have them. So while salaries remained at the 656, and you'll see it's gone up due to the general salary increases, there was slightly over from last year because they didn't have the vacancies they thought they would have, right? The turnover.
MJ Petty.
Okay, and
That's correct. Nothing more to ask.
okay, property furnishings and equipment, underspent, and then you want the same number again. Again, I'm just looking for, again, an explanation with regards to the budgetary variance.
Sure. That's the ergonomic furnishing requirements. We didn't, I guess it looks like one chair, $1,300 difference. So they had savings in that ergonomic furnishing requirement.
MJ Petty.
Okay, so so for the numbers on 1.202 and 1.203, that's good on my end with regards to, I'd now like, or did you?
Are you finished with this section?
1.202 and 1.203, yes.
But I think you have questions on 04, right? Yeah, so we'll just wait till the vote till the end, I think.
All right. I'd now like to switch to 1.2.04, Office of Employment Equity for Persons with Disabilities. So salaries, last year there was a variance of $255,000. Again, I'm just looking for an explanation of that variance.
Absolutely. And again, as was indicated earlier, this is the nature of the clients. So they are often off on extended leave. They have some unique challenges. We have to make more accommodations for them. So you will see, if you look over the history, for those of us who have been here, that has traditionally been low. But again, it's the nature of the particular employee and you know, trying to accommodate their requirements.
Okay. And that causes me to step back and then look at this holistically for that. How many opening doors positions are there within government, and how many are filled?
Lord's choice?
Yep.
Tina Follett. As the Minister mentioned earlier, there's about 85 positions that are considered permanent within the program. Because there are vacancies from time to time, sometimes we are able to then recruit on a temporary basis. So sometimes the number of individuals will exceed the number of positions because we are hiring individuals on a temporary basis. And we also, through the surplus from year over year, will be able to offer summer employment for students with disabilities. So the number of individuals doesn't always line up with the number of positions.
Okay, so MJ Paddock, a quick question there with regards to hiring, I guess, summer students with disabilities.
Mm-hmm.
Do you flow any of that money to the, I guess, regional centers?
When you mean regional centers,
So,
are you talking about?
The community development.
No, that is two separate funds, right? So that's LMD, Labor Market Development Agreement. This is internal to government employment.
Okay.
Tina Follett. Tina Follett, and just to add on to the Minister's comment, but in relation to your question, we do offer, though, that employment province-wide.
Correct.
Yeah. So when we conduct our summer hires, that offer is put out province-wide so that we cover all regions in the province.
Within the public service.
Yes.
Okay. And then I guess finally on that, how many people are registered currently with Opening Doors?
Total number of clients, 1,691 registered.
Okay.
Last year, 315 were at it.
Grants and subsidies, I'm just looking for a quick response on how that is used, the use.
Tina?
It's like reach for the top. Yes, there we go.
Everybody wants to.
Yeah, I know.
Tina followed. So that funding is utilized for employment for persons with disabilities in ABCs. So, for example, we have placements in organizations such as the Libraries Board. So
Okay.
that funding is used for that purpose.
Okay, and the federal revenue, so I guess two questions here. Which federal program is this revenue associated with? And then, is there any risk associated with this funding, given what has been announced and not announced across parties in this federal election?
George Joyce, for funding for the federal government, wouldn't that come under the Workforce Development Agreement, plus the provincial government? I see no reason why that should be altered whatsoever. This has been on a steady course for 7 years since I've been there, and our biggest challenge is to try to spend that money to get the right people attached to the right jobs.
No, I appreciate the answer. Like I said, I'm just looking at,
Okay,
like I said,
sure.
where we are, if in case there's any risk
Yeah.
associated with some of this. Okay.
Yeah.
Quick glass of water. Don't worry, we're getting through the financials. It's about managerial accounting being the. Oh yeah. But no, we don't want to do that either, because I can continue to make up questions. But it's about sticking to what's here. All right. Yes. All right. We'll come down now to 1.2.05. Salary was overspent by 28,300. Now, again, I'm just looking for a quick budget variance to explain why.
Less turnover than anticipated.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so professional
It's not bad.
services. Last year, there was an overage of 113,000, 13.3% of budget. Again, I'm looking as to an explanation on the budget variance.
Absolutely. As was indicated, our employee assistance program had an uptick, mostly because of mental health and reasons. So we had to place additional money in that particular area.
So
we'll see what the usage is this year. We may have to move around our budgets to accommodate as well.
yeah, so that was going to be my next question. So if this is a sustained uptick on this side, as
We'll see.
Mr. Joyce had indicated, it's a continuing trend, then the need to, I guess, reflect that in the budgetary estimates for this year.
Well, we may have to readjust next year. It's generally around 13%, 13, 14%. This year it upticked to 15. Let's see if that stays at 15. That's what we talked about a little earlier. So we'll monitor it and reallocate then for the next year's budget. We'll obviously accommodate in this year's budget by moving some monies around, but we'll have to see if we need to put more money into it next year.
Okay, and the other notable budget variance in this section was transportation and communication, so underspent by 10,000. And then I'm just wondering, then again, for this coming year, is 15K still needed?
That money is, we had less critical incidents. So if there's a critical incident somewhere in the province and we need to send a team, that we didn't need to utilize that this year, but we'd like to have it budgeted because there can be circumstances that require it. And so we can reallocate it during the year if required, but we like to keep that amount there for those critical incidences should they occur.
Okay, so then that begs another question with regards to the critical incident team. So I guess from a shot to bang, how soon would they deploy or to address and support an incident?
Certainly depends on the incidents, but I'll let the commissioners speak to that.
Situation. George Joyce, yep, sorry, apologize. Depends on the incident. Could be in Labrador, could be in Corner Brook. We got a critical incident. The first thing that happens is the deputy minister of that department or the clerk will call me and say, George, we got a major issue. So I get on the phone right away to the director. She assembles a team, prompto, and to deal with it. And that's critical because the issues that come up are.
No, the minister.
You will recall 2 years ago, we had an incident that occurred on Elizabeth Avenue here in St. John's. And the moment that occurred, when the deputy minister or the director, when it occurred, we assembled a team and sent them right away. So it really is rapid because we have to support these people that may have trauma because of what happened. In that particular instance, it was very traumatic. Some are not as serious.
Okay, and I guess a follow-on there. Every situation is different.
Absolutely.
So how long would you normally stay? And then what is the follow-up with regards to supporting those types of incidents?
George Joyce, it would depend on the situation. For example, something happens at Corner Brook, there's a suicide, God forbid. We dispatch a team right away. They go out, they meet with the coworkers right away, as soon as they come to work. And they go through that and they sit down and they tailor-make a program based on the needs assessment by the social workers that are present to engage the service providers at that area of the province, what's needed at the time, and then get it right away and then follow up with them for any post-service that's required. It is that efficient, and they're the professionals and they're the ones that know. That's why we need money for that budget for when that comes up.
Yeah, and I thank you for that response and in seeing that, like I said, not every situation is alike, and having the capacity for the social workers to tailor it to the situation, having, I guess, navigated through suicides within the military, it has an impact across all the team, You guys, Craig? Unless you want me to keep going, Chair? Okay. Oh, wait, we're here. Yeah, and listen, the big thing here, and I guess have a chance to close, but my big thing here was understanding where we are in process, understanding some of our risk, being able to highlight some of that, and then with regards to some of the budget variances.
One 1.1.01 to 1.2.05 inclusive, Public Service Commission.
A.
The total.
A. A. They're going to switch around.
Minutes to switch out to staff, and again, thank you to everybody, all the staff for coming and all your expertise this morning. We certainly appreciate it.
And thank you, Chair, and I want to thank everyone who asked questions this morning, and I certainly want to thank the professionals at the Public Service Commission who do outstanding work.
Good job.
Yeah.
Do you want to have some closing remarks?
Yeah, if I could, listen, I truly appreciate the candid, the background, and your work in the Public Service Commission. I think we're at a very challenging demographic period, and we're going to continue to need you to leverage that leadership as we navigate through it.
Okay. Major Brown, would you like to speak?
I would take an opportunity to thank the Public Service Commission for being here. And once again, it's always a pleasure to have you here and to answer our questions. Thank you, and hopefully see you soon again.
Again, thank everybody, and we're going to take a short break to change out staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Testing. Testing. Okay, we're back online, and welcome back. And now we're going to be into Department of Finance. So just for, I'm going to ask the Minister to introduce her staff and bring some greetings. But before that, I just wanted to do a few housekeeping items, just asking people not to move your chair, to adjust your chair. When you identify yourself, please wave. And every time you speak, if you're speaking, identify yourself for the record and wait for the tally light to come on. And the water coolers are here in the back. And all the staff on the government side is being here already this morning. So I'm going to ask the Minister to introduce her staff. Mr. Cody.
Siobhan Cody. Well, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the opposition and for the team for being here today. I have to say I'm surrounded by some of the most talented civil services that most talented professionals that I've ever had the pleasure of working with, and I'm very, very pleased to have them with us this morning. We're dealing with two different, the first we're going to be dealing with the Consolidated Fund Services, and that's managed jointly by Finance and Treasury Board. Both have a role in Consolidated Fund Services. One represents, so the finance would represent the interest costs and management of expenses related to servicing the public debt in the province. So we'll delve into those details, and as well, Treasury Board would be responsible for the funding of pension plans for government and government agency employees. So I have a great team surrounding me today, and that would be on Consolidated Fund Services. From there, we'll move to the Department of Finance. We're going to highlight the Department of Finance, which is responsible for setting government's fiscal and economic policy and timely analysis and advice to departments, cabinet, and the cabinet committees. And that's obviously, finance is separate from Treasury Board, though I am responsible for both entities. We do work very closely together, as you can appreciate, because each has a role in ensuring that we have effective fiscal oversight. And of course, finance is also responsible for any project-specific advice, treasury advice, statistical services, taxation services, also responsible for the budget. So I'm going to let the team introduce themselves. I know that we'll start with Consolidated Fund Services, and then later we'll do finance. And I will say that we'll also invite the Newfoundland and Labrador Liquor Corporation here, should we have any questions. As we know, they give just over $200 million in revenue to the province. So please, I'll turn to, I have two deputy ministers, I'm one on each side, so we'll go to finance first.
Wait. Michelle Jew, Deputy Minister of Finance.
David Trover, ADM of Treasury Management and Budgeting.
Doug Trask, ADM for Economics, Fiscal, and Statistics.
Lisa Curran, Assistant Deputy Minister, Human Resources, Treasury Board Secretariat. Elizabeth Lane, Secretary to the Treasury
James Duty, Director of Benefits Administration.
Brendan Hanlon, Controller General.
Nicole Abbott, Departmental Controller.
Diana Quinton, Communications.
Tom Nemec, Director of Treasury Management.
It's everyone. Excellent, thank you. We're prepared for your investigations.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the clerk to call the first round of subheadings. So we're doing consolidated funds first, right? All right.
Under Consolidated Fund Services, 1.1.01 to 1.4.01 inclusive, servicing of the public debt.
1.1.01 to 1.4.01. We will start at 15 minutes in the beginning, then we will continue with 10 minutes and go back and forth to the third party as well. So, MHA Paddock.
All right, let me start first by highlighting to the finance staff that is assembled there. I know, I guess, periods 11, 12, 13, and 14 in some cases with regards to payees. So having been a senior federal level controller, I understand the challenges for this period of time, finishing a year and starting a new year. So being in period 13 and period 1 at the same time is a challenge. So I appreciate your time in being here and making some time to ask and allow us to ask a number of questions that I think are important for the province. All right. Consolidated Fund Services first, and I got a series of general questions. I'll drill down at various points as well, and particularly into some of the revenue and the economic analysis associated with that. So first of all, with regards to borrowing, the budget speech and other documents note that this year our province will borrow up to $4.1 billion. In-year deficit then for this year being $372 million. Can you explain in detail how the $4.1 billion was calculated and what it comprises?
Certainly, thank you for the question. The $4.1 billion is comprised of debt maturities of $1.8 billion, infrastructure of $1 billion, Newfoundland and Labrador hydro borrowings, that's on lend, so we do Newfoundland and Labrador hydro borrowings of $300 million. Promissory notes, that's the pension liabilities for teachers' pension and for the public service pension of $300 million. Additional contingency that we've put in place, as you know, from interim supply, that's $200 million. We have to have the capacity to borrow it should we need it. Sinking fund contributions, as you know, we've attached sinking funds to all new debt so that upon maturity they can be paid off. And then there's some other, that's the deficit, right? Other being deficit, and that brings your borrowing program up to 4.1. So this is including some pre-borrowings for 26-27, and we think that's very prudent and responsible for liquidity purposes.
Will the borrowing of $4.1 billion increase the net debt?
Absolutely, it will increase the net debt by both because of the deficit as well as some capital, isn't it? Yep, associated and some capital, right? Yes.
Okay, let me, I guess, further highlight then the variance with that. I note that the documents, page 6 of the statements and the schedules, notes that the estimated net debt of the 31st of March of this year, 2025, is 18.5 billion, growing to 19.4 billion forecast for March 31st, 2026. So the province is borrowing 4.1 billion, yet the net debt is going up by less than 1 billion. I was wondering if just give me an overview then of that variance.
Certainly, because you have assets against it, but I'll allow the Deputy Minister to give you more detail.
Michelle Jewer. So the increase is about $900 million. That includes the deficit of almost $400 million, plus some borrowing for capital infrastructure. The difference between the $4.1 billion in borrowing versus a $900 million increase in net debt. So the minister mentioned 1.8 in maturities. So that maturities is already in the debt number. It's not additional debt. It's just rolling over debt. The $300 million for hydro is on lend. So that's not in our net debt. That goes to hydro.
Infrastructure.
Infrastructure as well. That would be in our borrowing. Anything else, David?
Contingency as well.
Oh, and contingency as well. So contingency is not, as the minister mentioned, not in our deficit. It's not booked unless you incur it. So once it's incurred, then it gets expensed. So, but it's there in our borrowing capacity in case it's needed. We need the authority in the 4.1 to be able to borrow if it's needed.
If I may, I just want to talk about the $200 million in contingency, because you don't see that unless we only spend that if we draw down on it. So if, for example, we do not see and do not require any contingency based on tariffs for this year, for example, then we would not draw down. That's why it's not in our net debt. Just want to make sure I was clear on that. So only if we spend it does that hit us.
Okay.
And things are changing every day.
Yes, it's quite fluid. How many bonds were rolled over last fiscal year? So the fiscal year we finished on March 31st, 2025, so 24-25. I paid off by issuing new bonds, or paid off by using the balance in the respective sinking fund and a new bond.
So there was a period of time when the province of Newfoundland and Labrador did not attach sinking funds to their debt. We have now made sure that we attach sinking funds to all debt. So anything that's maturing that does not have attached sinking fund needs to be reborrowed. We know how. You've got it, Michelle. Minister. Sorry.
Michelle Jewer. So if you look at page 28 of the statements and schedules, it gives you a schedule of debt retirement. So for 24-25, there was $47 million in Canada Pension Plan that were retired, right? So we actually paid those. They weren't rolled over. So that was all we had from a maturity in 24-25.
Okay.
Siobhan, that Schedule B, I think, gives you right up until, I think, 2050, 52, all the maturities that are coming due.
Yep. The budget speech notes we are pre-borrowing for debt maturities coming due a year in advance to ensure that the province maintains sufficient liquidity. Can you outline why this decision is being made?
For liquidity purposes, so that, for example, let's go into 2026, you may be right in the middle of a budget and not have the authorities, yet we have debt coming due. So if you look again on page 28, you'll see we have debt coming due in 2026, late 2025, 2026. And so we want to pre-borrow to ensure we have sufficient liquidity. Liquidity is very important, obviously, you know this, especially as when we go to the markets to borrow. And it is something that the bond rating agencies look toward, is making sure that we have liquidity. And so we have made the decision to pre-borrow based on that period of time when we may have bonds coming due and we're still in the budgetary process. So we want to have that liquidity early.
Jim Pettick.
Am I correct to assume then that this fiscal year you will issue a new bond to pay off the bonds that are coming due this fiscal year and next fiscal year?
100%. 100%.
Okay. And then in future years, would you only borrow to pay off the bonds coming due in the following year?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite
so
sure I
I guess
understand what you're saying.
would be the same for
If they do not have-
rollover.
Yeah.
Then, so for future years,
Yeah,
with
it
the
depends
borrowing-
on whether or not they have attached sinking
Yeah,
funds.
yeah.
And if they don't have attached sinking funds, if they're within, I'm going to say, the first quarter of the year, we may pre-borrow for it just for liquidity purposes, but that will be a budgetary decision. But you would look towards, and please interrupt me if I'm going awry, but we would look to see what's coming due. In let's say the first quarter of the fiscal year for the government of Newfoundland and Labrador, pre-borrow for liquidity purposes, if it's required.
Yeah, so for that liquidity,
Mm-hmm.
I guess essentially working capital, are you also factoring into account interim supply and the timelines for interim supply?
All of that would be factored in. No, Deputy Minister?
You were? Awesome. I had to wait and say the name at the
Yes.
same time. Got it.
Wax on, wax off.
Okay, perfect. Just going to page 28 again, Schedule B. So you'll note 25-26, there's 3 bonds there, actually, and there's some kind of a pension plan as well, that are due to mature. So that first $1.05 billion, that is in early June. So to the minister's point of ensuring that we had funds available to pay that off in early June and getting through main supply and loan bill and the budgetary process. The next 2 pieces there, you'll see amount outstanding is $100 million, net is $47,779,179. So the difference is we have sinking funds of a certain amount to pay off, but the 47 and the 72 is what's left over. That doesn't have sinking funds attached.
I guess,
Just
she's,
Siobhan.
yep.
Siobhan, Odie, I would like to say a congratulations to both the Deputy Minister and the Assistant Deputy Minister responsible for budgeting for this statements and schedules. It's a really great document, and this is now the 2nd year we've brought this, and I think it's I wanted to take the moment to say it really is informative.
Okay. So then with regards to the borrowing, and it was previously highlighted about using the future fund to address some of the future borrowing needs. What is the plan there? And I did not hoist in a plan for this fiscal year to draw from the future fund. So what is the plan, I guess, in the short term, say the next 2 to 3 years, to leverage the future fund for any of that borrowing?
Thank you for the question, and we're very pleased to have the future fund. I think this year we have 479. Do you remember what it is right now? No, by the end of the year, I'll get that for you. But it's growing over the fiscal forecast to $1.3 billion. So we want to make sure it's growing for a few years before we pull from that to pay down on debt. That'll be decided on the mix of what's coming due, what's happening in the future fund itself, but it is available to pay down on debt. When we debated this in the House of Assembly, we talked a significant amount about limiting what you can do with the future fund to allow it to grow for the next 10 years. That's the first thing. The second thing being only to be paid down on debt. So it is under legislation only permitted to do those 2 things.
Right, and I guess with the future fund, there's always that rate of return gap analysis you need, so what you're getting for a rate of return on the future fund with regards to what you're paying in bonds and borrowing.
This year, that gap is about 1.7%, so we're borrowing approximately 4%, and we're earning about 5.7%. It's pretty conservative, small c conservative, on how we invest that money, but we are earning good money, and I thank Tom for that and his team. Very diligent on making sure. I think we're up to about $12 million in the last year. Did we earn on that? 16. 16? Thank you.
Go back to the borrowing again, and just looking at the time. Is there a risk in borrowing $4.1 billion in a year? And like I said, we've talked about this where everything is fluid. In a year where there's so much uncertainty in regards to both the current economic situation and the overall markets associated with it.
Thank you for the question. It's an important one. We have to borrow for the debt maturities in any event, and the majority of the rest of it is infrastructure. So between debt maturities and infrastructure, so I think it's prudent for us to borrow the 4.1. We are monitoring, as you talked about the volatility in the global markets, we are monitoring liquidity and the availability of investment. We have had no challenges thus far, because we do borrow on a short-term basis, and we were able to do that, I guess last Friday we put money into the market, no issues. We have monitored what's happening across the country. For example, in Quebec has borrowed, Ontario's borrowed, I think British Columbia's borrowed with no liquidity challenge, but it is something that I can tell you as ministers of finance from across the country, we are monitoring the availability of liquidity, not just for governments, but also for the business community, and making sure, and that might be something that we would require, for example, some of that contingency money, if we found that liquidity was drying up for corporations and businesses. We may have to do something on the liquidity for that. But at this point, we're not seeing any major impacts on liquidity, but we'll continuously monitor that.
Thank you. We're going to move on. Time is expired. We're going to go on to MHA Brown now.
Thank you, Chair. Is it possible for the Department to quantify, I guess, the savings that they've made in the cost of borrowing as a result of borrowing off the European market now with your European work? Can you justify that or quantify that, please?
I'm very happy with what we've been doing in European borrowing. So, first of all, it enhances our ability to actually have more investors. So I'm very glad that we went to the European market, and we now have access to more investors. We've had 2 separate borrowings, and we've put $234 million on the European markets, and in so doing, we saved $1.4 million. It also helps, I'm going to say this, it also helps us with Canadian borrows and when the Canadian borrowings and Canadian investors, because they see what's happening in the European markets. So they like to get, they like our bonds. So.
Thank you, Minister. Given the volatility, I guess, especially being a resource-based economy, what's work being done internally now? I know you're using the European market. I know that you're doing a few other things there, but can you, I guess, address the volatility of the markets right now when it comes to our borrowing and the interest rates, but also our ability to, pay down debt?
Certainly. So I'm going to speak a little bit about our investor relations plan. We've in the last number of years really increased our investor relations. So, we will go again this spring and probably again the fall to visit investors to encourage them to buy Newfoundland and Labrador bonds. So it's part of that. We are investigating whether or not we'll place bonds on other markets. Last year, I believe we talked about the U.S. market. Well, we're not doing that. We're looking at other markets like the Asian market and possibly and plus possibly beyond that, but the Asian market in particular, and the Australian market. So that's the next two markets we're going to look at. Maybe we can place our bonds on those markets. So improved investor relations, ensuring that we have a good, the gross domestic product in Newfoundland and Labrador grew by the most in the country in the last year, and will in this particular year. So that helps us, making sure we have a strong economy and a good outlook for Newfoundland and Labrador, monitoring what the bond rating agencies are saying, investor relations, and placing the availability to place more bonds on other markets. I will say it's something that we're monitoring, especially because of the volatility. But I'm just going to, is there anything you can add to that, Tom? I think that you got to say.
Tom Nemec. No, not a lot to add. Yes, the markets are very volatile, but it's not like it was in 2020 when it was very difficult for all provinces to access the markets. So we haven't seen those challenges yet. Things are still ongoing, so we watch it very, very closely. But to date, we've had no issues.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Nemec. Thank you, Minister. With the Treasury bills in 1.1.02, for I guess for reference, we budgeted 52.9 million, but we came in at a 74.7, and now we're only budgeting 37.6. What happened there with the Treasury bills this year?
Do you want to take that, Tom?
Tom Nemec. Sure. So we have a Treasury bill program, which is part of our debt portfolio. It's $1.2 billion in 90-day Treasury bills. So we auction those every Wednesday. It takes 13 weeks for us to roll through and roll them over. So we'll always have $1.2 billion outstanding in Treasury bills. During the year, we issue extra Treasury bills. We call them cash management bills. And we use that to manage our cash flow during the year. So we want to have lots of cash on hand to make sure we can pay our expenses, pay any bonds that are coming due, but we don't want to be backed into a corner and forced to borrow long-term when maybe the market is not that receptive or rates are really high. So this gives us that flexibility we've got the cash in the door using these extra cash management bills to borrow in the long term when it's most advantageous for the province. Now, we manage that cash so that we make a positive return on it. So we earn more interest on the money we raise in those bills than we pay on the bills. So it's a net profit for the province. And that's a side effect. We need it for the cash management. The side effect is we actually make money doing it.
Okay. Mr. Covey? He's being modest. And I'm going to call it out. The budget is 37.6. Revenue is 71.2. Just, yep. I'm sorry. Yeah, you can find that under 1105.
Okay, so that's where the revenue would show up as in one.
That's where you'll see where that revenue is, but I wanted to call it out because Tom and his team do an exceptional job of earning money on that.
Okay, so yeah, we're budgeting less this year, but we're expected to make a bit more on the opposite end of the issuing of the Treasury bills.
Correct.
Okay, so right now, I guess with total investments, are we expected that any of this revenue or anything like that to be put away into the future fund?
Any of this?
Yeah, are we going to put? Yeah,
well, the revenue for the future fund is actually a non-renewable resources. So we take it. The non-renewable resources, oil and gas in particular, but oil and gas, we take a percentage of the non-renewable resource revenue, and that's where the money goes.
Okay, so we're not using other revenues as an option.
No, but we do.
Future.
We do have a borrowing program, so we actually borrow for. I mean, we take from a discipline perspective, the revenue is from non-renewable resources.
Yeah.
But because we're borrowing, have to borrow money for our bottom line in any event. So that was what I had mentioned to the member from Thank you, Baver, Green Bay. The spread between the difference of our borrowing and what we're earning is 1.7%.
Okay, perfect. Right now, I guess with the Auditor General uses the flexibility, sustainability, and vulnerability as an evaluation of health and that interns. Would the minister be able to tell us with those three matrices, how are we doing right now in this current fiscal situation going on in the province?
You had your hand in front of your mouth. Sorry.
My apologies.
Could you just say the three pillars from the Auditor General again?
Flexibility, sustainability, and vulnerability. And right now, I guess, given the interesting times we're in, where are we to right now?
Well, I would say globally that we're in a period of vulnerability. That's from a global perspective, and the reason why I say that is, and I said earlier, we are monitoring, liquidity. We are monitoring the impacts of these of tariffs and the volatility of those, tariffs. We are, if you look at our bond rating agency reports, we're pretty sustainable in terms of what they're seeing. We've had an increase in our bond from the bond rating agency's perspective, and an improved outlook from the bond rating perspective. And I would say from a flexibility perspective, we have flexibility in that if you look at our revenues coming in, we have decreased the amount of requirement from the oil and gas industry. It's from, I think a peak period was 32% of our revenues came from the oil and gas sector. We're down to 15%. Our exposure, this was asked earlier, our exposure to the federal government is less. We get about, this is rough now, about 20% of our revenues from the federal government. If I compare that to, say, New Brunswick, 38%. So in a period where you could have a change in government or a change in direction of a federal government, that 38% could be a little bit at risk. We don't know what their budgetary forecast will tell us, because we don't know what the government will be yet. So from a sustainability perspective, and from the flexibility that having those, in a more diversified economy and less reliance on one particular segment of revenue, I think is better. But again, everyone globally, we're in a vulnerable period. So if I look at those three matrices, I don't know if there's anything you want to add. Anyone wants to add to that? No?
All right, thank you.
I did a pretty good job, I guess.
All right, your time is just about up, so we're going to move on to MHA Paddock.
Thanks. MHA Paddock, I want to come back, I guess, to the borrowing and comments with regards to borrowing on the EU market. So one of the things, and this comes back to a previous life, and I remember being at sea and managing 6-7 currencies, so exchange rate. What are we doing then in managing exchange rate risk when we borrow in such a capacity?
Very important question. I will ask Tom Nemec to really delve into it a little bit, because we do risk manage that.
Tom Nemec. Yes, so we eliminate the foreign exchange risk on our foreign issues now right off the top. We enter into derivative contracts with investment dealers to fully insulate the province from any foreign exchange risk. So, for example, our first foreign issue in this new program was in euros. Okay, so an investor in Europe would have bought a bond, Province of Newfoundland bond, that pays euro interest and euro principal at the end, and they provided euros to the investment dealer when we issued the bond. So we entered into an almost opposite contract with the investment dealer. So they keep the euros, they pay us Canadian dollars. At each coupon payment for that bond, we will pay Canadian dollars to the investment dealer. they will pay euros to the investor. Likewise, when the bond comes due, we will pay Canadian dollars to the investment dealer. They will pay euros to the investor. And they have assumed all the foreign exchange risk. Okay? So in our savings that we calculate on those deals is after the hedge. Okay? So what is our rate in Canadian? Because it's just like a Canadian bond. Really, what we've used the derivative to create a synthetic Canadian bond. Okay? So we have zero risk.
Okay. Given the U.S. tariff impact on Pacific countries, are you looking, I guess, to monitor EU bond engagements in Pacific countries?
We're looking generally all over the world. We will likely do some more investor relations in Europe later this year. Maybe mid-year, mid-year, because we are borrowing $4.1 billion. But we have to monitor for liquidity purposes as well as impact purposes. So we don't know what the currency challenges may be as we go forward. We saw some currency challenges, for example, the U.S. dollar dropped. So we're monitoring those to make sure that we factor in those that information when we're putting bonds on the market.
Yeah, so I guess it comes back to, like, my question was certain countries are going to potentially incur greater tariff risk, which could have a significant impact on both their monetary and fiscal policy. And that, I guess, something to watch then with regards to where we are looking to engage and even hold certain bonds. So is that something that you are, because it is right now, as Mr. Nemec highlighted, a very volatile situation.
Yeah, and that volatility concerns us from a liquidity perspective as well. So yes, we will monitor as we move forward the impacts on currency, U.S. currency as well as European currency. We'll determine from there, and Mr. Nemec, I'll turn it over to him in a moment, we'll monitor from there where we do outreach and investor relations and where we place our bonds, but we analyze all that before we begin to place a bond in that market. Mr. Nemec?
Yes, so as the Minister said, our European medium-term note program has the ability to borrow in a number of currencies. It's not just euros. We've already borrowed in euros and Swiss francs, but we can do a multitude of currencies with the exceptions of ones like Russian or Chinese currencies. We stay away from those. Really, in the world's major currencies, there's not a big risk to us as we're the bond issuer, as opposed to being the bond holder. Okay? So we issue a bond, and investors in a foreign country will give us the money up front, and we pay them back over time. If their country, if it's Switzerland or France or Germany, if they have particular issues with the tariffs, they may have a problem, but we've already got our money. We're the ones paying them back. So it's not like we're holding an investment in that country. It's the opposite. They're holding an investment in us. So for that, on that point, it's fine. Yes, we do. Changes in currencies, which we've seen in the past few months, do change the landscape of foreign borrowing considerably. So we watch that very closely, because there will be times when there is no advantage to borrow in a certain currency, when it would cost us more. So we would never do that. So we only do it when there's a savings.
Woody? Allow me to say as well, part of our European borrowing program, or our foreign borrowing program, is that we'll never sell bonds it always has to be cheaper. That's why we're saying what we saved the 1.4 million is because of that, because we're specifically looking for lower cost.
Okay. So you, on the borrowing, you indicated an interest in going to Australia, and Asia. Possibly. Both of which, you know, we have similar, I guess, opportunities with regards to the offshore oil and gas. And we have similar players. So I was wondering then, when you said that, what about the Middle East? Because we have a country like Qatar, significant sovereign wealth, who is also has a significant relationship with Equinor.
Certainly, and as you pointed out, there are already players offshore Newfoundland and Labrador. I'm going to turn it to Tom. I mean, the next on our list is Asia and Australia. That doesn't mean that Middle East is not on the list.
Tom Nimick. Yes, so currently in our domestic program, our Canadian dollar issued bonds, there are a number of Middle Eastern institutional investors that buy our Canadian bonds already. A number of the central banks for those countries, along with some very wealthy family offices. So those buy our Canadian denominated bonds, and they would also look to our foreign issues as they invest in multiple currencies. So we have those as investors right now. And yes, it is certainly an area where we could look at focusing a bit more to drive some more investor demand.
Do I have to wait for the chair? Okay. All right. Let's switch now, and looking for some detail. And this is with regards to Statement A on page 23. I was wondering if you could walk me through the details in Statement A, and specifically, I am wondering how Statement A, which notes the budgetary cash requirement of $2.5 billion, and the total cash requirement is actually $4 billion, compares to the statement of operations, which is contained in the budget speech.
You said page 23?
Yep, page 23, Statement A.
And
Oh, no,
No.
page no. That's the.
You're right.
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah,
if you're.
yeah, it is. It's the Settled Revenue Fund. Yep.
Okay. Do you want to take that?
Sure.
Take accountants.
Yes, you need.
David Drover. So when you're looking at Statement A versus the other statement you had referenced, so Statement A is completely on a pure cash basis versus the other one is accrual based on public sector accounting standards. So obviously there are differences in timing as to when something would hit a cash revenue and expenditure versus an accrual revenue and expenditure. Infrastructure capital assets is a perfect example of that. Debt repayments is another good one, right? That's a cash outflow. That's on your balance sheet. Doesn't necessarily go through revenue and expenses.
So, Siobhan, B. So just on that accrual versus cash, we would normally look at pages 16 and 17 because that's the accrual numbers, just versus the cash numbers. Depends on what you're looking for, but that's.
Mr. Petty?
My time is, I can keep going.
Okay, no, MHA Brown.
The subhead.
You finished with the subheading? MHA Petty?
Can we just have clarity on the subhead you're finished with? Just because I'm just trying to keep track.
1.1.01
Okay.
to 1.4.01.
Okay,
MHA
thank you.
Brown is finished with
Thank you.
questions. MHA Petty, you still have more questions on this section?
Oh, yes.
Well, you go right ahead. You put the clock on again, please.
Okay. Revenue in Statement A is listed as $8.5 billion.
Statement A.
Page 20. But the
Yep.
statement of operations is 10.7.
Again, cash
Okay.
versus accrual,
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
Now, just looking at, can you clarify how the 10.7 is calculated? What else is counted in addition to the breakdown of $8.5 billion?
So you're using cash versus accrual. So if you can take that? Okay. I'll Deputy Minister's going to take the cash versus accrual.
Sure. So just for clarity, you're looking at statement B, the 8.490775 revenue. So that's our cash revenue versus our 10.7, which would be detailed on page 16, is accrual. So it'll be the same categories. So you'll have the difference like personal income tax as on cash on page 24 at 1.7 billion accrual. It won almost 1.9 billion on page 16. So from a tax perspective, for example, when the tax is accrued is when it's incurred. It might not be when we get the cash. Right? So it's going to be timing differences across the year. I'll point out fees and fines, for example. Under fees on the accrual, page 16, 879, 882, versus fees on page 24, which I'm going to have to find it now in front of me. Fees and forfeitures 159. So on the accrual, there's a large tobacco settlement, which is about $500 million, where on a cash, you're only going to get the cash of about $100 million in first year. It's over 30 years how that cash comes in. So all those different categories have that same explanation as why they're different.
So it's Cody? So when in the budget documents, we would normally use accrual. So the page 16 and 17 kind of would tell you, speed cameras, for example, under fees and fines again, that's what speed cameras would be under that fees. See, the fines is significantly different than last year, right? And that's because of speed cameras. The higher tariff for Hebron will be shown there under offshore royalties. I'm just trying to point out some other things that you would be really, I think the main things to point out is oil and the tobacco settlement. But again, that's where your total revenue points by source in the budget speech will be 10.67. That's where it comes from the accrual, not the cash side.
Okay.
Right? Okay.
So I'd like to drill down, I guess, a little bit further there with regards to Schedule 1 and revenue. And my focus here in looking at this is to understand variance. So I looked at a lot of this with regards to significant variance and then what I understand of some of the economic situation. So that's the basis of some of my questions here with regards to Schedule 1. So first of all, a 1% drop in the personal income tax, yet we got a growing population.
Why? So we get forecasts from the federal government as to where personal income tax and corporate taxes, what they forecast for the year. Sometimes they may be under, sometimes they may be over. You'll note a couple of years ago we had a big surplus, and it was because they underestimated the corporate tax. So we just take what the federal government forecasts in a general sense and utilize that. It might come in higher. It might. But they're looking at it, they're looking at the impacts of tariffs, they're looking at the impacts of other things that may be happening. So, in the best world, the personal income tax will actually be what it was last year, or it may even be a little higher. But we just take the federal government estimates. Anything you want to add there? Oh, Doug? Assistant, you got to say your name.
Waiting for the light.
Doug Trask. There was also slower household income growth expected in 25 versus 24. And that's obviously related to the economy, the tariffs impacts. So there's a number of factors. As the minister said, prior year adjustments from the federal government is one thing, as well as we have slower household income growth forecast.
But you will note in the next line, sales tax we're seeing a slight increase, and that's because we're expecting retail sales to grow.
Yeah, so again, I was going to ask that one, so I thank you for highlighting it, because to me, there should be some positive correlation between both. So if your personal income go up, then you would see an increase in sales, retail sales.
But again, we take the forecast from the federal government on personal income tax and on corporate.
Okay, so then with that, do you have any capacity, or, sorry.
You got to say your name, Doug.
Even before the light comes. Say your name.
Sorry, Doug Trask. Say it again, Doug Trask. There's also a large prior year adjustment occurring in 25-26, so that's why you're seeing the difference. Sometimes it's positive, sometimes it's negative. So in this particular case, it'll be a positive for 25-26.
Just want to say that the system is slow because we're in a new system. We've just done a new system, so it might be slow getting started. So, you know, if you state your name, it will come on. Okay. MHA Patty.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not going through every one. It's notable variances where I have, I guess, somewhat of a understanding and following some of the economic factors. So the next one, again, I'm curious with regards to the gas tax because of the elimination of the consumer gas tax and the increase projected there.
Do you want to take it, Mr. Trask?
Doug Trask, I think you're referring to elimination of the carbon tax, which would not be here. So this is consumption-based per liter tax. You know, it's basically the same as the prior year, but HST would show up under HST, sales tax, not under gasoline tax. So it's basically no change. So probably a small increase in consumption would be causing it.
Yeah, and that was was the tax on the tax, right? So because as that step up, and if it's step down, then you would see less. Okay. Tobacco and vaping, the reduction, I guess, is that due to better policing or lack of policing because significant underground economy on the tobacco side?
A couple of things. As you noted, you know, we're seeing lower expected tobacco consumption, especially as people age. So lower expected tobacco consumption. To your point about the underground economy and the fact that there are some things happening with regard to tobacco and alcohol, we have put in place a task force to address that. So a little bit of both, but we think there's going to be less consumption, but I hear your point on the contraband. Thank you. Staggered that word on contraband, and that's why one of the things the task force is tasked with is impacting that underground contraband issue.
Okay. Corporate income tax, and then a significant drop there, I guess, and then looking at the overall economy and some start of some significant projects, all else being equal, I just found that a notable variance, and I was just looking for an explanation on as to what that is based on.
Well, certainly a couple of things. We are expecting an overall slowdown in capital investment this year, right? Because the projects for Voisey's Bay that of going underground have are completed. We've completed the West White Rose project. We're completing the gold mine in Central. So some of the capital investment changes, because you talked about the economy and investment in the economy. We are expecting a positive nominal GDP growth of about 4.3% this year. But again, I'll say on corporate income tax, I will say to you that the federal government gives us those estimates. We are seeing some general slowdown in the economy, broad-based, overall because of tariffs. But I'm going to turn, oh, you want to take it? Sure, certainly.
Michelle Jewer.
Some commodity taxes.
So from a corporate income tax perspective, what we're seeing is there's a decline in projected taxable income, in particular for our mining sector, which flows through our corporate income tax.
Thank you. I'm assuming you have more questions, so we'll add more time to the
commodity. If I can say, commodity prices are going to be lower because of that overall broad change in the economy.
Well, yes and no. I mean, the price of gold has increased 45% since January. So that's my next, I guess, next question is again, is the variance on mining. So you're forecasting a decline.
Slight.
Slim, yeah. But when you look at it overall, it is, you know, a 20% plus decline in mining, yet we got the Valentine Lake project that's coming into operation in the next 2 months, and then we have Amerdown, which is going to restart in the next 2 months.
Excellent, two excellent projects, but when you compare them, the commodity price for iron ore is slightly less, so when is declining a little bit, and they are the bulk of that mining tax. Okay, so I'm going to turn it to the Deputy Minister, but that explains it. The commodity price for iron ore is going to be a little bit lower, and they're the ones that, you know, it's really the iron ore that's the bulk of our mining tax. Notwithstanding, we still get mining tax from others, but the largest piece of it would be from iron ore.
Michelle Jewer. Yeah, so just to reiterate, when we talk about corporate income tax and mining, the bulk of what comes in through our revenue is iron ore. The gold certainly plays into that, but it's offset, right? So what we're seeing is that declining share of taxable income because of decrease in mining sector, and then the mining tax and royalties is primarily due to the decrease in forecasted iron ore prices, even though it may be offset by some increases in gold, but that is the main driver.
Yeah, and I understand the situation, I guess, or following that situation geopolitically with China, because that's the bulk of where that is going. I guess from mining, and I'm curious then, you know, where we have significant projects that are about to start and that could start, does finance look, I guess, across departments and on the needs with regards to, from a government, to be able to expedite those opportunities? Case in point, for a couple of mines in my area, we need a little bit of road construction. And then one is helping them navigate Firefly through the environmental process. For them, the base metals prices are not going to stay as high as it is right now, most probably. So we have an opportunity to capitalize now.
So finance would look obviously all across government, and we certainly have a good list of projects coming up. But it would be really the Department of Industry, Energy and Technology that looks at economic diversification and economic development programs would be hosted in IET.
Okay. Okay. Sugar tax, I was surprised, the exact same number, exactly no variance, and you know, from an accounting background, I found that surprising. So can somebody please explain that to me?
Certainly, that's just an estimate based on information from the year prior. So we just take that, now that we've had a full year and we know how much we've collected, that's what we're using as a forecast.
Okay. So when Nan continues to have her Pepsi with her fish and brews, you might see that number increase.
Hopefully she'll
Yes.
switch to a different type of Pepsi.
Actually, that's not good for you either. Okay.
Are we going to?
I noticed in fees, continuing again on Schedule I, the significant, actually more than doubling of fees.
Yeah.
So, that made me wonder, so what new fees are being planned?
No new fees.
And then why such a significant variance?
Again, that is where the tobacco tax settlement is being housed. So there's no new fees. We haven't increased fees in many, many, many years. But the money that we're expecting from the tobacco settlement that's where you'll see it. And the next one under fines, that's the speed cameras. So we're going to have increased fine, not increased price of fines, but increased fines because of the speed cameras.
Okay, so the tobacco
Settlement, yep.
Settlement, yeah. Is there any risk of us getting that money? I mean, because the federal government is a major player there. What level of assurance do we have that we're going to get what is estimated here?
Well, it's been through the courts. And you can speak to it. Been through the courts. We know the settlement amount, and that's what we take into the revenue. But I'll let the Deputy Minister speak.
Michelle. Yes, so there's outside legal counsel that is hired with respect to the government just for our voice in the settlement. As you know, there's all provinces, federal government, and other agencies as well, like Canadian Cancer Society, that part of that settlement. So we have outside legal counsel that would tell us, give us advice on when to expect this revenue and when what they call planned sanction is achieved, and that legal advice is telling us that will happen in 25-26. So the total revenue, which is $520 million, is accrued in 25-26. How that cash flow is going to be cash flowed over, I think, 30 years. So that cash would then show up in the other schedule we talked about on the revenue in the cash statements.
Okay, and DM, so that is net. That's net, right? That's net of the legal.
No, that's gross.
Okay.
The legal fees would be about $125 million, and that would be in our appropriation in our budget under financial assistance and Treasury Board Secretary.
Okay. I got more. Just. And I'd like to spend. Again, a number of questions with regards to our offshore royalties, given it is 15% of the budget and comes with potentially significant risks given the volatile nature of where we are on a geopolitical side. Okay, so the assumption that the budget is built on is oil at 73 US, and I take it that's Brent, right?
Yes.
Yet in the last little while, so the first 2 weeks, we have price of Brent down to 64. So that 73, as you noted in your budget speech, is based on forecasters. So when did the forecasters do their analysis for 73?
Certainly, thank you. And we do use 11 different forecasters, experts in this space. I think the final one was March 20th. That was the last date we took their viewpoint on it. but we have had subsequent conversations with them. There might be some variance by about $0.01, but they're sticking by their forecast, as I understand it at this point in time. You'll note during any given year kind of a volatility in the price of oil. It goes up, it goes down. We don't know where it's going to end. Today, I think it's at 64. It had been down to below 60 at one point. It was up at 75 in early April. So there's a lot of volatility right now, but we're in a volatile period. So I would say to you that we're monitoring this. Obviously, if we have to make changes as we move forward, we're going to have to, we'll continue to monitor that and bring it back. That's why we do the fall fiscal update too.
Yep.
But it is going to be a volatile time, and we don't know where this is going to play out in the next number of months. But we went back to them, I think, right before budget and kind of checked with them again, just, when we saw what was happening in April, checked with them again. I think they said, well, it might be off by $0.01, but they weren't indicating any major falls from where they had determined it to be.
Okay,
but
so,
again, it's 11 different forecasters.
Yeah, no, I understand. So on that, then, and given the significant budgetary impact, I'm also curious then, with these forecasters, what type of update are you getting? Is it weekly, monthly, so that all potential budget risk and variance can be managed?
Do you want to take that, because you're the one speaking?
And like I said, and because I understand where everybody here is, they're monitoring it from a geopolitical side for varied input, so they are the experts to be able to be leveraged.
And we will add another 10 minutes on. Now, I'm assuming you have more questions?
Oh.
Okay. We will add another 10 minutes.
David Drover. So yes, in terms of 11 different forecasters, they all have different periods of how often they refresh. Some could be weekly, some are monthly, others are quarterly. So we take that into consideration when we're looking at the revised forecast. Should anything be too stale, if you will, kind of thing from a timing perspective, we would take that into consideration when we're looking at what price estimate to go forward with. And I guess what as the Minister had referred to in terms of the most recent conversations we would have had, is just an indication, I guess, from those 11 independent forecasters of how uncertain, I guess, the future continues to hold. So as a result, they have no more insight into changing it at this point in time than they did before the recent tariff exposure.
So with regards to our entire offshore fields and ones that will come online in the near future, I was wondering then for 25, 26 fiscal year, do you have an overview of the estimated production for each of those projects?
Certainly. Siobhan, certainly we would. Based on both the Offshore Petroleum Board as well as estimates from the projects themselves. Mr. Trask, would you like to? Do you have the list there, or do we have the list in front of us of the production per
field?
We have a total.
Yep.
David Drover. From a total perspective, we're looking at just shy of 84 million barrels. For the 25-26 fiscal year.
Oh, I just don't have them here.
You don't have the would it be possible, Minister, to get a breakdown afterwards of that total?
It is in there.
We got the total, not by project.
We don't have it by project, but we do have it in total.
Yeah.
Per year.
No, I'm just saying afterwards to be able to get a breakdown of that 84 by project. So, okay, and with that, are you forecasting West White Rose to come online this year, and then when, and then rough estimate of impact?
Financial impact you're talking about? So yes, we are estimating them to come on on this year. We can break down oil production. I'll just give you an example. Was 76.5 millions of barrels in 2024. We're going to 84.6 million barrels in 25, going up to 95.7 million barrels in 2026, just to give you an example. So we are seeing the increases there. I don't know if you have it broken down that granular as to what month. Is that, I think that was the question, what month you're expecting?
No, so my question was with regards to West White Rose, but in particular, because I believe it's November, December is the latest that I've heard and talking to. So that would maybe be, and he's still got to be commissioned after they're towed out.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, is there any numbers then, was that included for this year, rough estimate, because there is now potentially some, or there could be some risk associated with that.
Well, production is always one of the risk factors we have to take into account, because sometimes fields do not produce what they think they're going to produce. So we do ask all the projects as well as the Offshore Petroleum Board for that data. I don't know if you have it there in front of you, David? Go ahead.
David Drover. This is 2027, as when we see West White Rose factoring back into play.
Okay.
In terms of
From a royalties.
Okay, so you're not factoring in any for 25, 26?
From a royalty perspective, they might be producing.
Okay, no, that's, yep. That's, okay, come back now to further down on Schedule I and down to Newfoundland Hydro. So Newfoundland and Labrador Hydro, a significant decrease again from a budget variance. I'm just looking at an explanation of what that entails.
That's their net income.
Yeah.
And that, I think the change is because of Muskrat Falls.
They need more rate.
They need more money for rate mitigation, so we don't get as much they don't show as much income.
Okay, but rate mitigation has been evolving over the last few years. So what's the change for 25, 26?
First full year. You go ahead. It's the first full year.
Yeah.
So for 20,
you got it.
for 25, 26, so that's the first full year of rate mitigation. Okay. So they're using more internal sources to be able to fund that. So then that drops their net income and what comes into the province.
Okay. Okay. And then the Liquor Corporation, we're showing a decrease of here, but yet, okay, if we're taking, I thought about this as well, so if we're taking U.S. wines and other stuff, and I think we're seeing an uptick in Newfoundland spirits, so to me that was a bit of a disconnect. So again, I'm just looking for some explanation on an analysis here, and in particular, when you're showing an increase in sales for retail sales.
So thank you. I'll speak to it. In 24-25 revised, that should be 210. It says 220, but there was an error. So it should be 210. And the 206 is what we're expecting in dividend, correct?
In revenue for 25-26.
Right, in revenue in 25-26. Do you want to speak to, and is there anything else that we need to add in that line?
So Michelle Jewer.
We're going to have NLC come here too.
Yeah.
So yes, the minister is correct. So that 24-25 number should be 210. We had 220 in the estimates, but it's since been revised to 210. So there is a slight decrease to 206 in 25-26. You will note there's a number of things in the budget related to NLC and support to businesses, so that would reduce their net income coming into the province. Okay. And at this point, that's an estimate of what, and so I should say in 24-25 as well, they had a one-time increase in revenue, which increased their revenue in 24-25. They don't anticipate that to come forward in 25-26. In particular, there were a couple things happening from a consumption. They saw an increase in consumption in 24-25. That may not happen in 25-26. Again, we'll have an update at mid-year, and then we might have a revised number from NLC at that point.
Yeah, listen, I recognize the HST coming off helped them in the last quarter of the fiscal year significantly. But the removal of U.S. products is also helping them significantly now. So with Newfoundland, anyway, all right. Okay, Okay, other federal revenue is planned to be $365 million this year, and I was just wondering, that's statement B, revenues, if you have a breakdown of that $365 million.
Statement B. Sorry, I just got to go to statement B. You're back on. Okay, that's cash. Statement B. This is on page 24? Is that where you're going? Oh, okay. Just trying to figure out where you're going on that. And that is under Government of Canada.
The other.
Other. What is it? Oh, go ahead.
So that is the payments for net profit interest. So you'll notice there it's zero in 24-25. We didn't get the cash in 24-25. So we got 2 years coming to us in 25-26 for net profit interest.
But remember, Siobhan, Cody, just again, that's in the cash side of things versus the accrual. Okay.
All right, you still have more questions, so we can put some more time on the clock because we're just finished that section. Well, we can.
Thanks, Chair.
10 minutes.
Okay, come back to the budget speech now. The budget speech notes we have broadened the range of acceptable investments that the sinking fund and the future fund may purchase so that we optimize investment performance. I was wondering if you could put some color around the statement with regards to that, and what types of investments are the sinking funds, and are you able to invest in because of these changes?
So we brought that to the House of Assembly prior to your joining us here in the House of Assembly. We made some changes to allow us to, for example, buy municipal bonds to be able to invest in blue chip stock. Very, very highly conservative. However, it does yield a little bit more revenue on the sinking funds and on the future fund. And as I said, the spread's about 1.7% this year. But I'll turn to Mr. Nemec. Is there anything that you want to give any more granular detail on what exactly are we investing in?
Yes, so as the Minister said, it's a very conservative investment mix. The bulk of the assets are in bonds, so government, provincial, municipal, federal bonds, corporate, and we have a small equity component in each fund as well, so Canadian equities and U.S. equities, but again, very, very conservative, very blue chip, and a small percentage of that, of the overall fund. So although they're invested conservatively, they are doing better, earning a better return than they did for many, many years when they were just purely a government bond fund. So until we made those changes, the riskiest thing the fund could own was our own bonds. So it would be impossible to earn more return than our cost of borrowing. Now we are able to do that because of these good long-term investments.
Cody? Thank you. This was all part of our financial management strategy that we developed a couple of years ago, and one of the things that we did was bring it to the House to allow us to do these investments. And it's certainly been positive, and we did have unanimous support of the House to make those changes, and I'm appreciative of that. You know, we need to earn more money on our investments in order to help us pay off some of the debt that we have accumulated.
So, in particular for the future fund, so Minister, and I guess probably Mr. Nimick, is that all money market investments, or is there anything beyond that?
Go right ahead.
Yes, so in the future fund in particular, yeah, there are bonds, corporate bonds, municipal bonds, federal bonds, Canadian equities, U.S. equities. It's a very conservative, what I would call a conservative balanced fund. Okay.
In legislation?
Yes, yeah. So what the funds can invest in is in the legislation. So for the Future Fund, it's in the Future Fund Act, and for the Sinking Fund, it's in the Financial Administration Act. Okay. So that legislation says what we are allowed to purchase. And then further to that, we have investment policies for each fund that limit, again, what it can invest in and the controls around our investments. It's quite robust, and the analysis that we do. So again, a conservative balanced fund, but yes, it's certainly beyond the money market for sure. Yeah.
Siobhan, Cody, very important to be really a small c conservative on these funds. We've borrowed money to place in these funds, so that's why it's so prescriptive in legislation as well, so that we have, in future governments as well, are narrow in what they can invest in. And in order to change that, they would have to come to the legislature.
So you indicated for the future fund, there is a combination of both Canadian and North American securities. Are we able to get just a flavor of that range of securities? You like the areas that are invested in. You don't have to drill down to specific names, but the areas of where those investments. And the reason I'm asking is because, again, looking at potential economic risk in certain areas.
We have limited economic risk despite a volatile time, because we are in such conservative and prescriptive areas. But yes, go right ahead.
Michelle Jewer. So from an asset mix perspective for the future fund, the target, because is still in infancy, right, trying to get up to the full asset mix that we have approved. So 70% is in fixed income, which is our bonds, 20% is in equity, 15% of the 20 would be Canadian, 5% U.S., just to give you a flavor of the breakdown of the target asset mix in that fund.
Yeah, so again, for that Canadian-U.S. equity securities, I was just looking at a range of industry. Like, you're targeting something like, I've been an personal investor the past 30 plus years. So, and I'm following all of this from a geopolitical side, and I'm just curious then, a range of industry, like if it's transportation, there's still some additional risk because of the industrial carbon tax, banks, et cetera. So I'm just looking for a general flavor of what those securities are, both Canada and the U.S.
I'm going to turn it to Mr. Nemec, who deals with this on a daily basis, but I also think it's important to understand the governance of how these are, how these funds are governed, and there are investment committees. Maybe you can just speak to that too, Tom?
Yeah, that would be lovely.
Yeah.
Yes, so first there, I guess, just to the Minister's point on governance, both funds are managed by a board of trustees, okay, who oversee the treasury management function where we manage them on a day-to-day basis. So both funds, meet quarterly, on a quarterly basis, and go through how the fund is done, what's been bought and sold this quarter. So the governance is certainly quite robust. With regards to the equities, yes, so due to the conservative nature of the fund, you're going to see our Canadian equities, for example, it's heavily weighted in Canadian banks, which are very solid, utilities, telecoms. On the U.S. side, you're going to see the largest, blue chip companies out there that are in the S&P 500. So big, large companies that have been around for a long, long time, that are profitable, and likewise on the Canadian side. We do a lot of analysis on these companies. We look at everything from the price-to-earnings ratio to the dividend yield to how safe is their dividend, what's their dividend growth. As you can imagine, dividends for blue chip companies are very important and a great way to earn an investment return in the fund. So yeah, it's the big names. Yeah.
As this fund grows, is there any consideration to having a portion with regards to invested in Newfoundland securities that are listed on either the Toronto or NYSE?
Certainly, we can have a consideration of that as we move forward. The one thing I would say is there are a few things that we may want to look at in the future for the future fund is how we draw down on the monies that we draw. Right now, it is only available to draw down to pay for debt. And as we've moved through that 10-year cycle, I think that we would have to consider how we draw down, how we invest. But at this point in time, I'm not prepared to go back to the legislation, only because I didn't receive the support of your party, quite frankly. So we're looking at, as we move forward with the future fund, and especially as it grows. I mean, $1.3 billion by the end of this fiscal forecast. That's a significant amount of money, and it can be used for a very positive opportunity in Newfoundland and Labrador.
All right, your time is up again, so you're going to continue for another 10 minutes before we conclude lunch?
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
Okay, and I was triggered with a question with regards to your, I guess, quarterly review of this. Is this, so for the future fund, the committee, is this all internal within government, or are you leveraging external to government to sit on some of that committee? So basically leveraging investment advice from various banks or investment houses, et cetera.
So I'm going to turn to the chair of the committee.
Okay.
Deputy Chair Michelle.
Michelle Jewer. Yes, so I chair both the sinking fund and the future fund. The future fund does have an external representative on that board. And yes, both funds would look to external expertise if we so need it. We could do that.
Okay. Still with the budget speech, page 4 of the budget speech document contains a fiscal forecast. So is there any revenue from the Hydro MOU allocated into the forecast for any of the 5 years showing into the forecasts? And if so, how much by year?
Thank you for the question, and we certainly disclose this on budget day. Yes, in the out years, and starting, I think, in 26-27, there is money from the potential change in contract for the Upper Churchill, So that would be in there. It does not show the equity that will be coming, the $3.5 billion in equity that would come to Newfoundland and Labrador, of which $1.3 billion is available to the province and not specifically required for equity. So it does include the revenues that we see from an improvement in the contract, but not the equity, and we can get you the list of how much is in each year.
Yeah, and I guess where I'm going there is, again, that flow of money between Hydro-Quebec to Churchill Falls, and then the dividend from Churchill Falls to Newfoundland Hydro, and then the 35% to Hydro-Quebec, and then from Newfoundland Hydro, that flow back into the province as a dividend, given the other commitments that Newfoundland Hydro has. So it's not, I guess, the gross. I'm looking at the inflow into the provincial treasury.
You're looking for the revenues that are seen in the forecast, and we can provide that to you. I will also say to you that, well, I think I covered it, the monies are not there for the equity. Is there something? Oh, okay. I thought you were making a note to herself.
To myself.
Yeah. No, that's fine. We can provide that. But remember, revenue. I'm going to having now. This is my 6th budget. Revenue changes every single year. Being quite frank with you, you'll see revenue go up for personal income tax, and then come down, and then go up, and then come down. And it is because of the forecasting nature of what you're of the forecasts, of the estimates.
Okay. I have, before we ask, I got several questions on Newfoundland Health Services. So I understand that the debt of Newfoundland Health Services is included in the overall provincial debt. But specifically, what is the current debt of NLHS, Newfoundland Health Services?
I'm assuming you're looking there, so there's a couple of things that I'm going to draw your attention to, and I'm trying to follow along with the book that you're following along with, and not the estimates book. So there is some old debt in under Schedule 4. Page 19, you'll see healthcare organizations, $130 million. That's some old debt. Do you see it there? So that is some old debt that the health care organizations carry, and they also carry a line of credit that I do not have readily available, but the Deputy Minister does.
Michelle Jewer. Michelle Jewer. I don't have the exact number. Obviously, from a line of credit, it fluctuates as the cash needs are for the health NLHS, but it's something we could get at a point in time and provide to you. The line of credit would be captured in liabilities as a bank overdraft, not as a piece of debt, as you would see on Schedule 4 on page 19 of the statements.
Yeah, if possible, I'd like to have an understanding, just the balance of that line of credit.
And it does fluctuate.
Yeah.
Siobhan Cody.
Yeah, I should say that.
Yeah.
So the total limit is 665.
Yeah, that's where I was going. Yeah. So the total limits are $665 million, but that's for cash flow purposes, right? So. Okay, you want
working capital, yeah.
Right,
yeah.
And so depending on a particular day, this time of year they might be up because we're in budgetary process, and then they'll be paid down. But overall, I will say we have some concerns on the use of the line of credit, and we talked about that last year in estimates. Like, that is something that we are following and working with Newfoundland Labrador Health Agency all the time on.
So, Chair, I now have a bunch of questions based on the actual statements themselves. I'm just looking at the clock, and then what makes most sense, because there is a number of questions there, and I'm getting ready for house this afternoon.
Okay, well, why don't we conclude now? We only have a couple of minutes left anyway, so we will conclude this, and we will, the next scheduled meeting for the committee is Thursday, April the 17th at 1 p.m. So we will conclude here, and we will come back and continue with the line under constituency funds. We'll resume and
The meeting alone is for digital government.
digital government. Okay.
To review, to continue this head, will
continue this meeting that will be at the college chair. And thank you to all the staff and to the clerk for this morning for all your help and support. And thank you. Motion to adjourn. M.A.J. Paddock, M.A.J. Brown, all in favor? Carried.